Chapter 3491. On the third mountain peak, his companions also frowned. This kid was really courting death. Brother Lay had given him face, but he dared to reject it. Brother Lay was magnanimous and didn't bother with an ant like him. If it were me, I would have made him suffer a fate worse than death. Cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of these people. The silver-armored man also frowned. With a wave of his hand, he took out an ancient mirror. This was called the Six Harmonies Mirror. It was a half-step sacred tool that had just been made. Kid, take it if you know what's good for you. Give that monkey to me. I can let you off if you contradicted me earlier. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. Six Harmonies Mirror. The surrounding people were extremely surprised. They all stared at the mirror in the silver-armored man's hand. It was a bronze mirror. It was very simple and unadorned. Mysterious runes were engraved on it. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Heavens, this should have just been made. It should be the work of an alchemy family. This wasn't an ordinary half-step sacred tool. Even if it wasn't a sacred tool, it wasn't far off. It was more than enough to exchange such a treasure for a monkey. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. It was obvious that they wanted this half-step sacred tool very much. However, no one dared to make a move. They were just annoyed that they didn't have a monkey beside them. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at this half-step sacred tool. He didn't care about a half-step sacred tool. However, the silver-armored man's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He put down his wine cup and sighed. Do you really think that you are a high and mighty god who can dominate everything? I have already warned you twice to leave. However, you don't know what's good for you and didn't listen. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. Damn kid, how dare you talk to Brother Lay like that? Kneel down and accept your death. On the third mountain peak in the distance, a man stood up. It was the silver-armored man's companion. He was wearing red battle armor. Red Dao runes were pulsating all over his body. As soon as he said that, a large red palm appeared above Lin Xian's head, trying to press Lin Xian to the ground. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned, attacking just because of a disagreement. However, looking at the red-armored man who attacked, his strength was also very strong. They didn't know what would happen to Lin Xian. Would he kneel and kowtow, or would he be pressed to the ground and kowtow? Lin Xian also frowned. Did they really dare to attack him? He was acting recklessly. However, he didn't move. He merely raised his head to take a look before the stellar transposition collided with the red palm right in front of his eyes. Buzz! The palm moved at a strange angle towards the man from the Yin family. The silver-armored man was startled. His figure swayed and he dodged the attack. The others also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, what's going on? Were those people going to kill each other? After dodging the attack, the silver-armored man frowned and looked into the distance. The red-armored man hurriedly said, Young Master Lay, I didn't attack you. Damn it, what's going on? He was also stunned. With his strength, how could he attack the wrong person? However, the palm just now did change direction at a strange angle. Could it be this brat's doing? Damn it! How dare you make a fool of me? You almost caused Brother Lay to misunderstand me. You're dead. The red-armored man was completely enraged. This time he didn't attack from afar. Instead, he tore open the void and charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! Countless Dao runes formed a red hammer and charged towards Lin Xian's head. If it hit, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Boom! 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 The surrounding space was shattered. It couldn't withstand the force at all. Lin Xian frowned again. You're acting recklessly. With a wave of his sleeve, the stellar transposition was activated. The giant hammer was thrown in the opposite direction. With a loud bang, the giant hammer smashed into the red-armored man's body, emitting a sonorous sound. The red-armored man retreated. His entire shoulder was shattered. His face was filled with fear. On the other hand, Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said coldly, you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me." The experts on the 9 Dragons Mountain gasped in astonishment. Who was this young man? How could he be so powerful? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, now they could see that Lin Xian was also an expert. The red-armored man was also a first heaven sage. He was very strong, especially the attack just now. An ordinary sage of the same level would have to go all out to deal with it. However, Lin Xian only waved his sleeve and created such a terrifying scene. This showed that his strength was above the red-armored man, especially that superpower. It was even more amazing. They still couldn't figure out what kind of superpower Lin Xian had used. No wonder he dared to compete with the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man was also stunned. Silver thunder runes flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's counterattack was very similar to the palm that suddenly attacked him. It should be one of Lin Xian's superpowers. However, he had never seen it before. However, he was only surprised. He didn't care, because his cultivation level was 1 heaven higher than Lin Xian's. He was confident that he could crush Lin Xian in terms of cultivation level. Young man, you're not bad, but you're too narrow-minded. Do you really think that you can dominate the world just because you've mastered 1 or 2 superpowers? The difference in cultivation level is not something you can imagine. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Now, obediently submit to me, and I can consider sparing your life. A terrifying sage aura rose from the silver-armored man. Lin Xian sneered and glanced at him. "Oh, you're still so arrogant and confident. Looks like you're not that great. Do you think that you're very powerful just because you're a second heaven prodigy? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you? I'm the one you can't afford to offend. So, while I'm still in a good mood, hurry up and get lost. You can still live. You're courting death." The silver-armored man was enraged. Thunder runes appeared on his body, and he charged at Lin Xian. There was a terrifying aura of destruction on it. Lin Xian snorted and put down the wine cup. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent rushed out of his body and rushed to the sky, blocking the thunder. The 2 forces collided and swept in all directions. The entire 9 Dragon Mountain shook. Boom! 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 Violent explosions sounded, and the array around them lit up. A few elders rushed over and said anxiously, "You two don't fight. Please don't break the rules." Their auras surged, and Dao runes spread out. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. "This doesn't mean that I'm going to fight." Lin Xian was still sitting there calmly. The silver-armored man snorted. "Don't worry, we know the rules here. We won't fight here." After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian. "If you're a man, come out and fight with me. I'll let you know what true strength is. I wanted to let you go, but you're courting death." Chapter 3492. All right, I'll wait for you. The silver-armored man soared into the sky, left 9 Dragon Mountain, and flew outside. On the 3rd mountain, his companions also sneered and followed him. "Let's go. There will always be people who don't know what's good for them." Lin Xian waved his sleeves and stepped into the air. Meng Huan followed beside him respectfully. The 2 of them were also very fast. The experts on the other mountains were also interested when they saw the scene. "Let's go and take a look." They also soared into the air to watch. 9 Dragon Mountain did not allow fighting, so they came to a nearby mountain range. There were no restrictions here. Standing in the air, the silver-armored man turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, are you satisfied with the tomb I chose for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying thunder rose from his body and turned into 9 thunderbolts, roaring in the sky. The 9 tiger heads bared their fangs and claws as they grabbed at Lin Xian. The entire sky was filled with lightning. The experts who were watching felt their hearts beat wildly. What a terrifying power! This silver-armored man is incredible. Yes, he's even more terrifying than some of the older experts. Thunder Leopard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His opponent was indeed extraordinary. Although he was a second heaven sage, his power was much stronger than ordinary second heaven sages. His opponent was indeed a peerless genius. But so what? He shouted coldly and released his divine body, turning into a golden giant. With a roar, his golden palms split open the sky and grabbed at the thunder tiger heads. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided and instantly released a destructive energy. The surrounding people all narrowed their eyes and activated their defenses to block it. However, at this moment, the void cracked open and a square bronze cauldron appeared, suppressing the violent energy. Then, a figure appeared on the square bronze cauldron. What? Someone stopped the battle, the surrounding people exclaimed. Lin Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked to the other side. The silver-armored man also stopped. Everyone looked at the silhouette in the sky. It was a middle-aged man, but his hair was already gray. His eyes were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, he looked at the silver-armored man and smiled. Mr. Lei, so you are here. I just arrived at the Nine-Dragon Mountain and heard that you came out, so I came. I'm not late, am I? So it was Taoist Hua. Greetings. Mr. Lei laughed as well. It's not too late. There's a reckless ant who wants to provoke me. I'm just about to kill him. Oh, in the sky, Taoist Hua looked to the other side, where Lin Xian was. Immediately, the space around Lin Xian began to distort. It was as if countless raging flames were burning. Fantasy frowned. He wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped him. What a terrifying power of fire! However, Lin Xian was not affected at all. Taoist Hua was stunned when he saw that the other party was not afraid of his flames. No wonder he dared to go against Mr. Lei. He did have some strength. However, a mere first heaven saint was not worthy of Mr. Lei taking action. I'll send someone to kill him. Mr. Lei, please leave with me first. Taoist Hua laughed. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The silver-armored man thought for a while and nodded. All right, but bring back the little monkey on his shoulder. Don't kill it. Don't worry, his head and the white monkey will be given to Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, please. Taoist Hua made a gesture of invitation. The silver-armored man and his companion nodded and flew into the sky. Taoist Hua waved his hand again, and countless experts appeared. His cold voice was heard. Kill him and bring his monkey over. In the surroundings, the spectating experts were all stunned. Wasn't this scene too sudden? At the same time, screams could be heard. 9 Netherworld clan. It was actually someone from the 9 Netherworld clan. Heavens, that was a top blacksmith clan. Many people swallowed their saliva. It was obvious that the 9 Netherworld clan was extremely terrifying in this world. That was an expert from the 9 Netherworld clan. He should have used the 9 Netherworld heart flame. Who was that silver-armored man? How could he be treated so respectfully by an elder from the 9 Netherworld clan? Needless to say, he must have a great background. Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. It's over. This kid actually offended someone with such a high status. He's probably dead meat. Not to mention the silver-armored man. Just the 9 Netherworld clan would be able to kill him. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian had some strength and that he might be able to contend with the silver-armored man. Now that something like this had happened, they all changed their minds. Lin Xian was dead meat. 6 figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and Fantasy. One of the young men sneered. How dare he attack an esteemed guest of the 9 Netherworld clan? He's dead meat. Buzz! He opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. The pearl had terrifying Tao patterns on it, and it instantly swept across the 9 heavens. A terrifying storm swept towards Lin Xian like 2 winged dragons dancing in the sky. What a terrifying storm! Was that the wind spirit pearl? Exclamations could be heard. As expected of a refining family, such a terrifying weapon appeared just by raising his hand. In the face of such a terrifying storm, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised a finger and pointed forward. Immediately, the two tornadoes were disrupted and spread out in all directions, enveloping the 6 people in the vicinity. The 6 people were instantly enraged. Damn it! What the hell was going on? Angry roars could be heard as a terrifying counterattack was heard. Between heaven and earth, there was a violent flow of energy. Lin Xian laughed and soared into the sky. The storm energy that filled the sky couldn't get close to him at all. The surrounding people widened their eyes. What the hell? What kind of supernatural power was that? Wasn't it too powerful? This kid must have some kind of secret. They were stunned. It was unbelievable that he was unharmed in such a violent storm of energy. The 6 people from the 9 Netherworld clan also roared. They tore apart the storm and stared at the figure. Kid, where are you going? You're going to die today. They were completely enraged. The other party's move put the 6 of them in a very sorry state. Moreover, it was their elder's order to capture the other party. How could they give up? Therefore, they chased after him. However, after chasing for tens of thousands of miles, their faces changed. Damn it, the other party was too fast. They couldn't catch up. Look at me. One of them sneered and took out a war chariot that shone with incomparable light. It was engraved with Tao patterns and was shaped like a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Chapter 3493. In front, Lin Xian slowed down. These people shouldn't be able to catch up with him, so he was prepared to go to other places to take a look. At the same time, he was very curious about the 9 Nether tribe and wanted to find out more about them. However, not long after he flew, he frowned and looked behind him. Behind him, endless waves of air and a ray of light were coming at him at a dazzling speed. It was so fast. Dreamy was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He instantly saw that it was a war chariot. There were 6 figures standing on it. Those 6 figures were the people from the 9 Nether tribe. They actually caught up with him. They really didn't give up. Su Qin was surprised. The other party's war chariot was very special, as expected of a crafting family. He didn't continue to leave and was prepared to play with these families. Almost in the blink of an eye, the war chariot at the back rushed nearby. The 6 people on the war chariot jumped down and stood in 6 directions. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly. One of them snorted. Kid, run. Do you think you can escape from our hands? Sigh. There are always people who don't know what's good for them. To be honest, if you can't catch up, you can still live. But you just have to catch up. Since that's the case, I can only send you to hell. You want to send us to hell? You? The 6 members of the 9 Underworlds clan all laughed. Reckless brat, who do you think you are? It seems that you don't know how powerful the 9 Nether tribe is. Well, let him see the means of the 9 Nether tribe. Among them, a woman giggled. She waved her hand and took out a treasure bottle. She held it with both hands and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lin Xian. Scum, go to hell. Light flickered on it, and balls of flames rushed out from it. Leaf fire bottle. This was also a terrifying weapon that contained the southern sky leaf fire. Once this fire was released, a first heaven sage couldn't resist at all. Haha! Turn into ashes in the fire. The woman's voice rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian was enveloped by the southern sky leaf fire, and his body was crackling. The flames collided with his body. Every strike was dazzling. However, Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. He just stood there in the middle of the fire. Southern sky primordial fire? Not bad, its power is not bad. What? How is this possible? That woman screamed, not daring to believe it. The other party was actually unharmed? This was impossible. Engulfed by the southern heavenly fire, even a first heaven sage would have been reduced to a pool of blood. How could the other party still be alive? Damn it, is there something wrong with his physique? Or does he have some kind of treasure? Look at me. Another person roared angrily and pulled out a fan. The fan flickered, with a mountain drawn on the front and a river on the back. With a wave of the fan, mountains and rivers appeared and crushed the heavens. This was an extremely terrifying weapon, the mountain river fan. The mountain peak could suppress the 9 heavens, and the river could cut through everything. Nobody under the second celestial layer would dare to fight against it. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Lin Xian shot out his golden hand, one hand holding the sky. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on the river. He was like a heavenly god, creating heaven and earth. He had blocked the terrifying attack. This was impossible. The man also screamed. The other party actually blocked the mountain river fan. Who was he? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Let's attack together. With a roar, the 6 people attacked crazily. In addition to the fire flask and the mountain river fan, the other 4 people also took out their weapons. Each of them had an extremely terrifying weapon. As expected of a blacksmith family, they were too terrifying. Even a second heaven sage would have to flee in panic if they were to face their attacks. However, they were soon terrified. That was because the person in front of them was too strange. Whether it was fire, lightning, mountain fangs, or other attacks, they could not do anything to the other party. The other party was like a Vajra god of war, rampaging between heaven and earth. He was too weak. In the end, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and Lin Xian stood in the void unharmed. Although the weapon was good, it was only a support. The most important thing was the strength of the person. Let me show you what the strength of a person is. Lin Xian took a step forward and aimed at the woman. As he opened and closed his hands, the laws of fire instantly formed a flaming flask. Then he gently pushed it forward. The golden flames that filled the sky rushed over like a giant dragon. The fire flask, the surrounding people were stunned. The other party instantly formed a fire flask, and the flames were even more terrifying than the real southern sky fire. Damn it, block it for me. The woman screamed and pushed the real fire flask. The southern sky fire collided with the other party's 9 suns, divine fire. The terrifying flames exploded, and the woman instantly vomited blood and flew backward. In front of the 9 suns, divine fire, she was no match at all. Moreover, cracks appeared on the fire flask. It was burned and shattered. The woman was also wrapped in flames. She screamed miserably and turned into a pool of blood. No, the remaining 5 howled in rage. Dead. One of their fellow tribesmen had actually died. He was killed in one move. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. Their eyes instantly turned red. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "You want to kill me? Naive. Let me show you what the real mountains and rivers are like." The golden hand waved toward the sky. Endless laws of earth danced and instantly condensed into a golden mountain. What kind of mountain was that? It was incomparably majestic, as if a divine mountain had descended from the immortal world. It directly pressed down on the man with the mountain and river fan. The man unleashed a terrifying mountain and river to resist it, producing a rumbling sound. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the laws of water formed a Milky Way that swept out. The Milky Way was too resplendent, connecting heaven and earth. The golden mountain and the terrifying Milky Way directly enveloped the man, turning him into a bloody mist. No, counterattack. The remaining 4 people were completely crazy. In 2 moves, the other party had killed 2 of their people. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. However, they finally understood Lin Xian's words. What was true power? Lin Xian did not use any weapons at all. He relied on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth. It was much more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. At this moment, they were crazy. They were the top blacksmithing families. The weapons in their hands could communicate with heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than the other sages. Therefore, in this place, they were godlike existences. But now, relying on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth, it was even more terrifying than their weapons. This completely shattered their understanding of the world. Was there really someone whose strength was more terrifying than their weapons? These geniuses of the blacksmithing families were crazy. Chapter 3494. After dealing with these 6 people, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. it was a little interesting. Although these 6 people's strength was average, the weapons in their hands were very surprising. If it was not for his strength, another person in the second firmament would probably be injured or killed. As expected of a blacksmith family, Lin Xian whispered to Nan Nan. He asked Meng Meng if there were any other top blacksmith families on this planet other than the Jiu clan. Yes, there are. What plans do you have? I have a spirit ship, and I plan to upgrade it. It would be best if it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon. The spirit ship he was talking about was naturally the Black Earth. Until now, the Black Earth could not keep up with Lin Xian's progress. If it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon, it would be a great help to him. Of course, there was another one, and that was the Great Spear of Destruction. The Great Spear of Destruction was a sacred weapon of the demon race, and had been passed down for a very long time. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying, murderous weapon. He wanted to refine this murderous weapon and then condense it into a treasured sword. However, he knew that this might be more difficult than upgrading the Black Earth, and it was much more difficult. A sacred weapon of this grade was not so easy to refine. Therefore, Lin Xian's main task was to purify the Black Earth. As for the Great Spear of Destruction, it would depend on luck. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and Meng Meng flew into the distance. When they passed by a few cities, they heard some rumors. It seemed that something incredible was about to happen on planet Alchemy. The powerhouses in these cities were all flying in the same direction. Meng Meng went to inquire and returned. Lord, they are heading towards Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley, what kind of place was that? It was a holy land for blacksmithing, and many blacksmith masters lived there. There were also many other saint powerhouses who went there. Even the powerhouses from other planets went there. It was a bit similar to our Langistar. Alchemy Valley could attract powerhouses from all directions. After all, there were the most new treasures there. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying blacksmith master recently. It was his 5,000th birthday. Therefore, countless people went to pay their respects. During this period, there might be some new weapons that were leaked. Oh, a 5,000-year-old master could be considered a living fossil. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He asked, wondering which clan this grandmaster belonged to. Dreamy had a strange expression on her face as she spoke. It was 9 Nether's team. The Jiu clan, huh? Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he soon smiled. Interesting. Things were getting more and more interesting. Dreamy, let's go to Alchemy Valley. Both of them took to the air and headed for Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley was located to the west of Alchemy Planet. It was a vast valley that looked like a kingdom. The Alchemy Valley was extremely unusual because there were 2 spirit meridians below. One was a fire elemental spirit meridian, and the other was a metal elemental spirit meridian. Furthermore, both of them were extremely terrifying supreme-grade spirit meridians that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, it attracted countless alchemy experts to live here. Many elders and experts of large clans had also set up palaces here. For example, the 9 Nether Clans Grand Elder had his palace here. This supreme elder was no ordinary person. He had lived for 5,000 years. He could be said to be a living fossil. At this moment, his birthday had attracted people from all over the world. If they wanted to please the old man, then any weapon the old man took out would be enough to make their blood boil. Rumor had it that the old man was able to refine divine weapons without any difficulty. It was said that the dragon sword of the great sage in the Dragon Valley was made by the old man. There was another rumor that the Dark Moon Temple once had an extremely terrifying Dark Moon blade, which was also made by the old man. This was a famous divine weapon. Lin Xian and Dreamy also rushed over. Both of them had changed their faces slightly. They made it difficult for people to recognize them. After all, they remembered that the silver-armored man had been invited away by the 9 Nether Clans experts. If they met at this time, they would probably be exposed because Lin Xian had a plan. Along the way, he had also collected many legends about master alchemists. However, in the entire Alchemy Valley, no one could compare to the old man who was celebrating his birthday. The old man's alchemy skills could be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to evolve the Black Earth into a true divine weapon, his greatest hope was this supreme elder of the Nine Nether Clan. However, he had just had a conflict with the Nine Nether Clan, and he could not use his real identity. Otherwise, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably come after him again. Therefore, he would think of other ways. After arriving at the Alchemy Valley, Lin Xian directly found a quiet mansion and then asked Dreamy to go out and collect information. Soon, Dreamy returned. How did it go? I found out that the Supreme Elder of the Nine Nether Clan is celebrating his birthday. In addition to the experts from all over the world, the younger generation of the Nine Nether Clan will naturally come to pay their respects. The competition between these juniors is very intense. Some of the bloodlines are very strong, and some have been suppressed to the point that they can't even raise their heads. This time, I've chosen 3 people. As she spoke, Dreamy took out 3 jade slips and placed them in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and his soul flicked out to investigate. Soon, he finished looking through the 3 jade slips. Then he took the middle one and said, I'll choose this person. This person was called Nine Nether Shaoyan. It was a nice name, but he was a fatty. He could be considered one of the disciples of the 3 main bloodlines of the Nine Nether Clan. However, he was a little slippery and lazy in his cultivation, so he was not liked by the elders of the clan. He was also often bullied by the genius disciples of the other 2 bloodlines. A direct disciple who was often bullied. Very good. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was his goal. Find out where he is, and I'll go meet him. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He had a simple plan, and that was to change his appearance and then change his identity to get close to the younger generation of the Nine Nether Clan. It would be best if they could become friends, and then the younger generation would bring him to the birthday banquet. That way, the chances of him meeting the Grand Elder would greatly increase. Of course, Lin Xian wouldn't look for those strong disciples. After all, those people were overbearing and didn't put anything in their eyes. It wouldn't be easy to meet them. But if it was a weak person, then it would be different. They should be eager to raise their heads in front of the patriarch and obtain his approval. Dreamy went to track 9 Nether Shaoyun and confirm his whereabouts. On the other side, Lin Xian was patiently preparing. This time he would definitely evolve the Black Earth into a saint artifact. Dreamy was very efficient. After a few hours, she sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian, saying that she had found the other party. She wanted to invite Lin Xian over. Chapter 3495. At the Jubao Pavilion. It was a very prosperous place in Alchemy Valley. There were all kinds of treasures here, including all kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. At this moment, the people who came and went were either rich or noble. In the Jubao Pavilion, there were many chariots, spirit boats, and beast mounts parked in the streets and in the sky. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly the void trembled. A stream of light flew over quickly. It was a chariot, and the one pulling it was a 3-tailed heavenly dog. As it roared, it brought about a powerful demonic wind. The 3-tailed heavenly dog soon stopped above the Jubao Pavilion. A figure came down from the chariot. The figure was fat and looked like a ball. It was a young man with a fat head and big ears. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful women who supported him. The moment the fatty came down, he turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the Jubao Pavilion. The 2 maids were wrapped up by him and entered the Jubao Pavilion in an instant. The Jubao Pavilion was dazzling, and all kinds of heavenly treasures were covered by arrays. Even a sage could not forcefully take them away. The moment the fatty entered, he was respectfully invited in by the warriors inside. Oh, isn't this young Master Yin? He hasn't been here for many days. A charming woman walked over. She was dressed in red, and as she swayed, she made people feel hot. The 2 women beside the fatty curled their lips, and there was a trace of hostility in their eyes. The fatty's eyes were indeed shining. Sister Hong, I missed you so much. The fatty rushed up and said with a smile, Sister Hong, I'm here this time to discuss a big business deal with you. Why don't we go to the 9th floor and talk alone? As he said that, the fatty grabbed Sister Hong's hand. Sister Hong pulled it out without leaving a trace. With a laugh, she pointed a finger at the fatty's forehead and said with a smile, That's right. Okay, but I have something to do now. Young Master Yin, take your time. If you like something, I'll help you get it. Something to do? What could be more important than helping me pick heavenly treasures? The fatty was a little dissatisfied. However, Sister Hong said with a smile, Oh, it's also related to you. It's another young master of the Abysmal clan. He's here to buy a heavenly treasure. What? Someone from the Abysmal clan? Damn it, could it be those bastards? What did they buy? Fatty asked nervously. Sister Hong said, It seems to be some metal material, right? It was extremely precious and seemed to be used to refine saint artifacts. It was used to refine saint artifacts. Fatty gritted his teeth. Motherfucker, they're so generous. Young Master Yin, you can take your time picking. I'll take my leave first. Sister Hong swayed her body and left. The fatty was no longer in the mood to admire her back view. His expression was grave. Damn it, the old ancestor's birthday celebration is coming soon. I was just about to buy something to please the old man. He didn't expect that those bastards would also come. Moreover, they wanted to buy the materials for the saint artifact. No, I can't lose to them. This time, the old ancestor only has one spot to take in a disciple. I must get it. Fatty gritted his teeth, then raised his voice and screamed, Men, take me to the 3rd floor! Very quickly, the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion led Fatty's group to the 3rd floor. The scale of the 3rd level was also very large. However, there were far fewer people here. This was because the items on the 3rd level were simply too expensive. Not to mention ordinary people. Even saints might not be able to afford them. In the east, there was a formation that was separated into many areas. In each area, countless rays of light wrapped around a natural treasure. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 people here. After Fatty arrived at the 3rd floor, he directly led his group to the east. Soon, he stopped in an area. In front of him was a ball of green light. It was a green metal. It looked like bronze, but its color was much richer. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at the piece of green metal. This was a material that could be used to refine sacred artifacts. If he could get it and give it away at the birthday celebration, he would definitely be honored. He would definitely be able to win the old ancestor's favor. However, when he saw the price marked on the side, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He could take out 500 caddies of divine crystals, but 50,000? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't be able to take it out. One had to know that although he was also a direct disciple, he wasn't favored. He couldn't afford it with the little money he had. The fatty stood there with a gloomy look on his face. The few figures beside him also opened their mouths to ask. One of them was also interested in a piece of metal. It was a piece of black metal that was also used to refine saint artifacts. It wasn't big either, but it reached 40,000 caddies of divine crystals. The other one wanted 45,000 caddies of divine crystals. The eyes of the 2 saints also flickered and they frowned. To be honest, this price was also a bit of a burden for them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone here is thinking, I want this piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. It streaked across the entire 3rd floor. Immediately, everyone on the 3rd floor turned their heads. Fatty even sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, who is this? Why is he so generous? Can't he see that those powerful saints are hesitating? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The fatty screamed as he realized that there was a figure standing near him. It was a young man with a calm gaze and a handsome face. There was also a beautiful figure beside him. The person who made the bid at this moment was the person in front of him. What did this kid say? He wants that piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal? The saints beside him were shocked. How was that possible? It was probably just a casual remark. How could that kid afford it? The Tao companion of the saint curled her lips with a look of disdain. With their status, even they couldn't afford it. How could that kid afford it? At this moment, an old man tore through the void and appeared on the third floor. He said, "I'm an elder of the Jubao Pavilion. Young master, do you really want to buy this piece of metal?" "Yes, that's it." The young man nodded. "Wrap it up for me." The fatty next to him widened his eyes. The 2 or 3 saints around him were also stunned. One of them sneered. How dare he be so stubborn? They never thought that he could afford it. However, in the next moment, those saints were dumbfounded because the young man directly took out a storage ring. 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Take a look. After the elder of the Jubao Pavilion took the storage ring, he probed it with his soul. Soon he smiled. The amount was just right. "Young master, this is your item." The 3,000 green ancestral gold was already sealed in the treasure box. There was a seal on it. There was also a token on the treasure box, which was used to open the seal. It could be said to be very safe. After Lin Xian took the treasure box and token, he nodded slightly and put them into the storage ring. Chapter 3496. "Brother, wait a minute." Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the fatty rushed up and said with a smile. Lin Xian stopped. "Oh, do you have something to say?" This figure was Lin Xian. He had been watching this fatty for a long time. At this moment, he had bought 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold. "Brother, you're really generous. May I know which family you're from?" The fatty said with a smile. Lin Xian was amused. He knew that the other party had taken the bait, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he said calmly, "Oh, why? Do you want to be friends with me?" Yes. I want to be friends with you." The fatty smiled until his eyes became slits. Lin Xian said, "All right, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk outside." Yes. The fatty hurriedly nodded. "Brother, I know a shop nearby. It's very delicious. The greenhouse there is absolutely delicious. I'll take you there now." Lin Xian walked in front of Lin Xian with fantasy, while Fatty followed behind him with a giggle. In the distance, the 3 sages also came back to their senses. Their faces were full of shock. At the same time, there was a trace of doubt. Who is this person who's so generous? It seems that he came out on his own. He's a young master of a big family. I can take advantage of him. The 3 of them also left quietly. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion, Lin Xian walked into the distance. Suddenly his brows twitched, and his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Someone had followed him. It was the sages on the 3rd floor. He continued to walk forward without batting an eyelid. Fatty brought along his 2 women and followed beside him. "Brother, you have no idea how cool you were just now. You didn't even blink when you bought 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Didn't you see that the sages beside you were stunned?" Lin Xian stopped and looked at the fatty with a smile. Not only were they stunned, but they're also very bold. "They've already followed me." "What? They've followed me?" The fatty was stunned and quickly looked around. "Brother, don't scare me." Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he said coldly, "Since you're already here, why don't you come out?" "Brat, your soul is pretty good. You were actually able to discover our existence." A figure appeared in front of him. Beside him was a beautiful Tao companion. It was a saint. That saint had a cold smile on his face. "Hand over that piece of metal, and I'll spare your life." "You're alone. Aren't the other 2 coming out?" Lin Xian looked at the surrounding void and sneered. Naturally, he could sense that there were 2 more saints here. Dreamy took a deep breath with a solemn expression. Fatty's 2 women's faces also changed. The fatty snorted coldly and stood out. "Brother, don't be afraid, I'll protect you." He looked at the saint in front of him. "Damn it! How dare you attack my brother's things? Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, I'm from the 9 Netherbird clan." The 9 Netherbird clan. The sage was stunned. The fatty smiled. That's right. I'm from the 9 Netherworld clan. Our patriarch is about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. Many experts have come to our family. Why? Do you want me to call him over for you to meet him? Who would believe that you're from the 9 Netherbird clan? Everyone knows about the 5,000th birthday. You won't be able to call me. The saint in front snorted coldly. The fatty was enraged. Damn it! How dare you doubt my identity? Come on, open your eyes and see if I'm from the 9 Netherbird clan. The fatty was also flustered. He waved his hand and a token appeared in the sky, shining with an unparalleled light. That was the 9 Netherworld token. The expression of the sage on the other side changed. The 2 sages who were hidden in the void gasped as well. How could they not recognize the 9 Netherworld token? It was a token unique to the 9 Netherbird clan. No one could copy it. It seemed that the fatty in front of them was really from the 9 Netherbird clan. So you're a prince from the 9 Netherbird clan. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. The saint in front of them left in a flash. The 9 Netherbird clan was very powerful. Moreover, the 9 Netherbird clan Supreme Elder was about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. There were many experts from the 9 Netherbird clan in the entire Alchemy Valley. They did not dare to attack the 9 Netherbird clan at this time. He was not the only one who left. The 2 saints hidden in the dark also left. Fatty proudly put away the token. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Dreamy exchanged glances with each other as a smile appeared on their faces. Next, it was time to act. Lin Xian looked surprised. So you're from the 9 Netherbird clan. I didn't expect that. That's right. I'm from the 9 Netherbird clan. Those saints don't dare to go against me. Lin Xian pretended to be grateful. You saved my life this time. Otherwise, those saints would not have let me go. Sigh, I should be the one treating you. No, I'll do it. The fatty laughed. The 2 of them walked into the distance with their arms around each other's shoulders. Soon, they became familiar with each other. They ate Dapeng spreading wings as they got to know each other like brothers. The fatty sighed. Brother, I'm bitter. Although I'm from the 9 Netherbird clan, there are a few bastards who bully me. Damn it, they bully me too much just because they are favored by the elder. The great ancestor's birthday celebration is my last chance to turn things around. However, he sighed again. Lin Xian asked, Oh, what's the problem? Tell me about it. I'll definitely be able to help. Brother, to tell you the truth, I haven't prepared a gift for the elder yet. How can I not be worried? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. So that's what you're talking about. I thought it would be something difficult. Look, what's this? As he spoke, he took out the treasure box and placed it on the table. The fatty was stunned. Then he said, Brother, what do you mean? The elder should be an expert in refining weapons. This metal is a good material for refining weapons. I'm sure the elder will like it if you give it to him as a birthday gift. I like it. I really like it. The fatty was about to cry. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. I can't take out 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. You don't have to buy it. I'll give it to you. Give it to me? The fatty's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Did I hear wrongly? You're giving such a precious metal to me? Lin Xian said, You didn't hear wrongly. We hit off at first sight. Aren't we brothers? Besides, you helped me get rid of a few sages just now. You saved my life. Why can't I give it to you? Brother, you're the one who saved my life. The fatty's eyes lit up. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the treasure box and the token over. The fatty was so excited that he was about to cry. Damn it. From now on, you're my brother. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to me through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. The fatty's face was covered in tears and snot. Good. Lin Xian smiled. He was indeed smiling in satisfaction. Chapter 3497. The 2 of them drank until it was very late before they left. The fatty insisted on bringing Lin Xian to his palace. Lin Xian happily agreed. The group sat on the war chariot. The three-tailed heavenly hound roared and flew quickly in the sky. Finally, they arrived at a majestic palace. Don't look at how the fatty wasn't valued in the clan. No matter what, he was still the young master of the 9 Nether clan. Hence, his residence was truly magnificent. After arranging for Lin Xian to stay in a quiet hall, Fatty arrived. "Bro, do you want me to find you 2 beauties to play with? They are really the best." Lin Xian shook his head. "No need." "Oh, I know." Fatty glanced at Fantasy, who was beside him, with an expression that said, "I understand." "Then I won't disturb you anymore." Fatty hugged the 2 beauties beside him and left in a drunken state. After Fatty left, Lin Xian and Fantasy also entered. They closed the door and activated the array. The drunkenness in Lin Xian's eyes completely disappeared. Fantasy beside him also said, "Palace Master, it seems like our plan is very successful." "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. "In the following period of time, I will get close to Fatty. When the time comes, it should not be a problem for us to attend the birthday banquet. Wait until we meet that living fossil. Then we can think of a way to get in touch with him and let him modify the sacred artifact." Fantasy frowned. "Palace Master, will he agree? After all, sacred artifacts are not ordinary things. They are very rare. Even saints might not necessarily have them. If there are no special circumstances, I think that living fossil will not easily make a move." "Don't worry, I have a way. I can make him provide us with materials and metals for free to create a real sacred artifact." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Fantasy beside him was very curious. However, she did not continue to ask and retreated to the side. Then, the 2 of them began to rest. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He naturally had his ways. He did not know much about refining artifacts, but he knew about alchemy. In the Pill Sage's notes, there was a type of spiritual medicine that could definitely move this living fossil star. The Pill Sage's notes were something he had obtained from the illusionary divine furnace. They were notes written by many Pill Sages. There were a large number of pill formulas inside. Among them, there were some that had miraculous effects. One of them was an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. Lin Xian had cultivated this type of elixir before. However, that grade did not have much effect on the Saint Realm. What Lin Xian wanted to refine this time was a pill that targeted the sage level. Furthermore, it could increase the lifespan of a saint by 100 years. 100 years might seem short, but for living fossils, it was extremely fatal, because to them, 3 to 5 months was already a luxury. Therefore, 100 years of lifespan was definitely an endless temptation. Lin Xian planned to use this as his trump card. He didn't believe that this living fossil of the 9 Nether tribe wouldn't be moved. However, it wasn't easy to forge a pill that could increase one's lifespan. Not only did it require a high forging technique, but it also required a high forging technique. Not only was the refining process required, but the medicinal ingredients were also very strict. Therefore, Lin Xian had to prepare well. Once he was done, he would be able to obtain a sage artifact in the future. In comparison, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Outside the mansion, a few figures flashed and arrived at another hall. Reporting to the 3rd young master, "The situation has been investigated. The other party does indeed have that item." A man in black knelt on the ground with one knee. In front of him stood a figure with his back facing him. It was a man in a white robe. He was tall and slender. He didn't even turn his head. "Oh, my foolish younger brother actually managed to obtain that item? What a surprise!" However, he didn't have a chance to turn the situation around. He had to find someone to snatch the item. Yes, the martial artist who was kneeling on the ground like a ghost replied respectfully. However, he soon looked up and asked, "What if the other party tries to stop me?" "Humph, kill." A cold voice sounded, and countless spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The ghostly figure who was kneeling on the ground had disappeared. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the mansion, There were no lights on Lin Xian's side, but on the other side, the fatty's side was brightly lit. After all, he was a half-sage, so he still had the energy to do that. There were 50 to 60 beautiful women in the room, and most of them were close to the Tao realm. These women were playing with the fatty, and the fatty was drinking and playing at the same time. It was really carefree. Buzz! Suddenly, the void cracked, and a terrifying sword light shot towards the fatty. The beautiful women screamed in fear and quickly fled. The fatty was so scared that his fat trembled. He rolled and smashed through the void to escape. However, this sword strike still left a gash on his back, almost splitting him into two halves. Ah! The fatty roared like a pig being slaughtered. The armor on his body was split open, and his eyes instantly turned red. Damn it! Someone come! Someone attacked me! Kill him! There was the sound of something breaking through the air outside, and terrifying energy surged. But soon, the sound of fighting could be heard. Obviously, there was more than one killer. Stupid pig, no one will save you. Hand over the item and I'll spare your life. What item, damn it? The fatty stood up and gritted his teeth. The cracks on his body had already healed. Terrifying law fragments danced around him. That assassin was like a ghost, constantly twisting and distorting, hiding in the void. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. Another biting cold sword light pierced through everything and slashed towards the fatty's arm. Damn it! How dare you have designs on my storage ring? Do you want to die? The fatty was also angry. The other party seemed to be after his storage ring. His storage ring contained most of his wealth, and the 3,000 green ancestral gold that he had just obtained today was also here. Could it be that the news had been exposed? Who was it? His brother? No, his brother would not go back on his word if he gave him something. Then which 3 sages were it? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! How dare you have designs on me? I'm so angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a black shadow. It was a hammer that looked like a piece of rotten wood. It looked very ugly, but the moment it appeared, it brought with it terrifying power. It directly shattered the void. That assassin was also sent flying in an instant. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? So what if you're a sage? I'll still kill you. Kill. After the fatty threw out the wooden hammer, he threw out a gourd, which released endless black water. It was as if the water of hell was circling around him. Although the fatty was a half-sage, he was still the young master of the abysmal tribe. He had many Dharma treasures on him. In an instant, he took out 3 or 4 Dharma treasures. Each of them was extremely powerful, even if the other party's killer was a sage. Chapter 3498. But very quickly, another assassin appeared in the void. His terrifying sword of slaughter once again slashed towards Fatty. Fatty activated his weapons to block the attack. He could still deal with 1 Slayer Saint, but if 2 came, Fatty obviously couldn't handle it. He was forced to retreat. He could only summon his weapons to defend himself, but it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you kill me? I am from the 9 Netherbird tribe. If you kill me, the 9 Netherbird tribe will not let you off. Fatty roared in anger. At the same time, he activated his strength and spread it in all directions. Fucking hell! Send someone here for me. Come and protect me. Humph! It's useless. No one can save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The 2 assassin sages attacked mercilessly. 1 assassin sage knocked away the wooden hammer, while the other knocked away the black gourd. At the same time, the 2 assassin sages attacked Fatty with their killing array. Fatty was left with a pagoda above his head. If the pagoda was knocked away, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the killing array. Clang! The pagoda was struck by the sword chi and shook nonstop. The Fatty was also sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Hundreds of attacks came at him again. Fatty tried his best to block them, but cracks appeared on the pagoda. He could not hold on any longer. Damn it. Stop. I'll give you something. Fatty was scared out of his wits. He estimated that his pagoda would be destroyed in a few more attacks. So he took out the 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold from his storage room and threw it to his opponent. Humph. The assassin sage sneered. It's too late. Go to hell. The terrifying sword of slaughter rushed over like a murderous dragon. Fatty's pupils shrank. Oh no. Am I going to die here? Boom. A golden palm descended from the sky and landed in front of him, shattering the sword of slaughter into pieces. At the same time, with another move, the slaughter saint was smashed into pieces. Who is it? The other assassin sage was shocked. Is there an expert here? Fatty laughed proudly. Humph. This is the territory of the 9 Netherbird tribe. How dare you come here to kill me? Just wait to be killed. Whoosh! That killer saint instantly disappeared into the void. It seemed like he wanted to leave now that his attack had failed. However, as soon as he disappeared, he was slapped out by a large golden hand. It was a giant golden hand that shattered the void in all directions. Even Killer Saint was smashed into pieces and fell to the ground, his face filled with terror. A figure walked in from outside. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Who are you? Killer Saint's face was filled with fear. He did not expect that the one who attacked was actually a young man. Brother Xian, it's you. The fatty was also stunned. He originally thought that it was an elder of his 9 Nether clan, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. I was originally cultivating, but I didn't expect that a great battle would break out here. I was just about to come over to take a look when that happened. Did I hurt you? Lin Xian asked. Fatty shook his head. Almost. If I had come a little later, I would have become a wandering ghost. Don't worry. Since you saved me once, I'll help you this time too. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the other party. That killer saint wanted to run, but he was knocked to the ground several times. In the end, the golden hand pinned him to the ground. Lin Xian asked, Do you want to search his soul? All right, I'll see who dares to attack me. The fatty gritted his teeth. The next step was to search his soul. The result of the search made the fatty's face turn green. Damn it, he thought that it was the 3 sages of Jubao Pavilion who wanted to attack him. But the result was completely different. It was his 3rd brother Xian. Damn it, it's those bastards from his family. Those people were just bullying him previously. To think that they would try to kill him this time. It seemed like the news of the 3,000 ancestral green gold had been leaked. Those people were afraid that you would be favored, so they tried to kill you. Lin Xian said slowly after slapping the killer saint to death with a single slap. The people in the hall had been killed, and the battle outside had calmed down. Dreamy walked in and said to Lin Xian, Young master, it's all settled. There were also terrifying experts outside, but with Dreamy's help, no one could escape. Lin Xian nodded. Dreamy stood behind him. At this time, the fatty said, Brother, you saved my life again. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Do you want to find a hidden place and wait for the old man's birthday to come out? Damn it, I can't take this lying down. The fatty gritted his teeth, but then he sighed. 3rd brother is very strong. He has many experts under him. I'm not his match at all. So, we'd better be patient for a while. The next few days were peaceful. There was still some time before the old man's birthday, and more experts came to Alchemy Valley. On this day, Lin Xian found the fatty again and asked, Is there a bigger spiritual elixir hall here? I need a few precious spiritual elixirs. What kind of spiritual elixirs? I'll help you ask. The fatty asked his subordinates to ask around, and soon the news came back. He said, Brother, these spiritual elixirs of yours are really precious. Those big spiritual elixir halls don't have them. But don't worry, I've already found them. They're not in the spiritual elixir hall, but somewhere else. Somewhere else, where? Battle Saint Palace. Battle Saint Palace. What kind of place was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The fatty chuckled. Brother, come with me. Battle St. Palace was a magical place. It was a martial artist's heaven and also a place for fighting. It was also a place for all kinds of treasures to exchange. There were some unexpected treasures in the market, and even some treasures obtained from robberies and assassinations. It couldn't be helped. Normally, if one took them out, they would be hunted down by some big families. But there was nothing to worry about here. The treasures here were not for trading, but for fighting. Treasures of similar levels were used as wagers, and then the two sides fought. The winner would get the treasures of the other side. The two spiritual elixirs that Lin Xian needed had appeared in Battle St. Palace before. However, they were in the hands of others. If Lin Xian wanted to get them, he would have to fight with the other side. Lin Xian heard about these things from the fatty on the way here. After hearing it, his eyes flickered. Fight? Were they not afraid that the gap between them would be too big? For example, a small saint or a holy venerable would appear. If so, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? Brother, you don't have to worry about this. Small saints and holy venerables are not important. Once they appear, they would be recognized immediately. If such people fought here, the news would probably spread all over the city the next day. They couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, even if a small saint appeared, it would be a small saint against a small saint. They wouldn't attack other saints. So, you don't have to worry about this. However, there would definitely be a gap. There would often be a first heaven saint against a second heaven saint. Chapter 30, 499. The Battle St. Palace had a great background. It had a place for battles, and there were more than 10 arenas. Those arenas were either passed down from the ancient times, or they were set up by peerless saints. Even a battle between minor saints wouldn't be able to destroy them here. It could be said that there was no need to worry about fighting here. Of course, it was only limited to the arenas. Fighting outside the arenas was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one would be killed on the spot by the people of the Battle St. Palace. It was rumored that there were at least 2 minor saints in the Battle St. Palace. Moreover, it was rumored that there was the shadow of a sacred sovereign behind them. It could be said that ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, not even saints. It was obvious that it wasn't Fatty's first time here, so he was very familiar with the place. When his 3-tailed heavenly hound stopped in the air, a group of people came down. When Lin Xian came down, he looked around and exclaimed. When he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion, he had heard countless war chariots, spiritual boats, and demonic beasts. But compared to this place, it wasn't even half as good. This place was even more majestic and extravagant. Moreover, there were so many of them that they filled the sky. One could imagine how many experts came to the Battle St. Palace. Young Master Yun hadn't come here for a long time. Fatty's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, Fatty's identity was also here. These days, he was locked up in the clan and couldn't come out. Today, I brought my brother here. Hurry up and show me your treasures. My brother is going to show off his skills. After that day, Fatty was full of confidence. In his opinion, no one in the first heaven could be Lin Xian's opponent. As long as he didn't meet anyone in the second heaven, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, someone brought over a list. On it were the treasures that had appeared before and the number of the arenas. Brother, look, the 2 spiritual herbs you want on the list. Fatty handed over the list. Lin Xian glanced at it and was delighted. Indeed, the 2 spiritual herbs he wanted were on the list. As expected of the Battle St. Palace, spiritual herbs that were so hard to find were basically extinct in the outside world. But here, they could be found without any effort. Arena number 7, let's go. Fatty led the way in front, while Lin Xian and Fantasy followed behind him. They walked toward stage 7. At this moment, a battle was going on in Arena 7. Moreover, the battle was extremely intense. Around the ancient fighting ring, there were many palaces and pavilions floating in the sky. Within the palaces, there were many figures sitting cross-legged. His head was towering. After Fatty arrived, he went to a room as well. They climbed up the ladder and arrived at a palace. Fine wine and delicacies had already been placed on the table, waiting for them. There were also beautiful maids serving them. The moment Fatty sat down, he smiled and enjoyed the food. But when he looked down at the arena, he jumped up abruptly. Fuck, not good. What? Lin Xian asked. Fatty said, damn it, bro, look at the battle below. One of the things that is being held down is the spirit medicine that you want. If he lost, it would be transferred to someone else. What? Lin Xian was astonished and looked carefully. Indeed, he found that the spirit medicine was being used as a bet. The person who was holding down the spirit medicine was currently at a disadvantage. Could it be that he was going to lose? Not long after, that person was indeed sent flying. He was defeated miserably. He really lost. Lin Xian's expression changed. Fatty also cursed. Then he said, bro, wait here, I'll go and talk to him. Who is it? After a while, Fatty returned. This time, his expression was even more depressed. Fuck, it was actually third brother's men. Third brother? Someone from the Jiao family. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he calmed down. Now that he knew who had the spirit medicine, things would be easier. He looked at Fatty and said, Brother Yin, do you want revenge? Of course I do. I've been thinking about it all the time. However, third brother has many experts by his side. I heard that he brought many powerful characters this time. I'm not their match. Why? Do you want to fight with them? Yes, he's your enemy. Perhaps the thing you want is also in his hands. Naturally, you can't avoid a fight. I have an idea. I don't know if you trust me. Brother, how can I not trust you? All right, isn't he suppressing you? Then he must want to snatch the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. If we take out the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager, it will definitely attract their attention. At that time, we'll let them use the spirit medicine as a wager. I'll beat up their people. Not only can I help you vent your anger, but I can also win back the spirit medicine. This is a win-win situation. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager. Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big deal. He said, Brother, it's not that I'm sad for this piece of metal. And it's not that I don't trust you. If it's someone of the same level, I believe that no one can beat you. However, they will definitely send out a second Heaven Sage. At that time, not only will you lose, but you might also be seriously injured. Lin Xian waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I don't care about a second Heaven Sage. Just do as we say. All right, let's go all out. Beat them up ruthlessly for me. Fatty gritted his teeth and went down to prepare. Not long after, the news of 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager spread. Exclamations sounded one after another. That was metal used to forge saint artifacts. It was actually taken out. As expected, Battle Sage Palace was extraordinary. In one of the halls, a man in white had a cold expression. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. It was Old Sixth. He actually came and recklessly took out this thing. What? Did he want to take a gamble? Third young master, do you want us to make a move? The sage beside him smiled and said. The others also smiled, their eyes shining. Third young master waved his folding fan and said indifferently, Old Sixth doesn't know what's good for him, so don't blame me for being impolite. His tone suddenly changed, and his expression became serious. That day, none of the people we sent to assassinate Old Sixth returned. They must have died. When did an expert come to his side? Moreover, since the other party dared to be so arrogant and take out that kind of metal as a wager, it means that he must have an expert by his side. Just in case, let's send a second Heaven Sage. Yes, I know what to do. An old man beside him respectfully went down to prepare. Soon, a piece of news broke out in the arena, causing the people in the surrounding pavilions to be surprised. At the same time, they were incomparably excited. These people were also extraordinary. Soon, they found out that the one who had 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold was actually Jiao Shaoyan of the Jiao clan. And his opponent was also the third young master of the Jiao clan. This was actually a battle between two clans, and it was a battle between two young masters. Instantly, it attracted the attention of countless people. Damn it, they took the bait. Brother, help me kill them later. Fatty gritted his teeth and couldn't wait. Don't worry, I have the same intention. Chapter 3500. Third young master. They want us to use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Let's use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since the other party has taken out 3,000 ancestral green gold, it's not a loss for us to use the nightmare flower. Moreover, we will definitely not lose this time. The people on Third Young Master's side sneered. Soon, someone walked out. When the nightmare flower was taken out as a wager, Lin Xian had already left the stage. When the people on the other side came out, the surrounding people exclaimed, Heavens! It's someone from the second heaven. They sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian, a first heaven sage. It's over, it's over. We made the wrong bet this time. As expected, the gap between us is too big. Sixth brother can't beat third brother. Discussions rang out one after another. Aside from these two parties, the others could also suppress their bets. However, there were very few people who wanted to suppress Fatty from the beginning because they thought that Fatty wouldn't be able to defeat Third Young Master. Now it seemed that they were right. A first heaven sage against a second heaven sage had no chance of turning the tables. I was wondering what kind of expert you were, but it turns out that you're just a first heaven trash. I'm really not interested. The man on the other side said coldly, Kid, if you don't want to die, admit defeat obediently. I'll accept your 3,000 ancestral green gold. Lin Xian wasn't angry when he heard that. He said indifferently, If you want it, you can take it away after defeating me. However, I don't think you have the chance. You're courting death. The man was furious. The armor on his body bloomed with an incomparable light. His entire person became incomparably powerful like a god fiend. He took a step forward, and his body shone with boundless light. It turned into sword Qi and slashed forward. The attack of a second heaven sage. The sword Qi carried mysterious Tao patterns and tore through heaven and earth. The others felt their scalps go numb when they saw that. People of the same level might not be able to withstand such an attack. Not to mention that the opponent was a first heaven sage. Buzz! Lin Xian pushed his palm forward. Golden flames danced like suns. They kept spinning in the sky. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. The two of them clashed fiercely in the sky. Every strike contained the power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that this arena was an ancient arena that could withstand their attacks, it would have long been torn apart. In fact, half of the world would be destroyed. The flames in the sky were incomparable. Lin Xian stood in the midst of the flames like a god of fire. He looked ahead and said indifferently, I've said it before, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. On the other side, the second heaven sage let out a furious roar. His face was incomparably dark. He couldn't even take down a first celestial layer brat. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man was not simple. This was a battle beyond one's cultivation level. If one wasn't a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to do so. Kill! The saint of the second heaven was also enraged. The light on his body was incomparable. Countless laws intertwined to form a sword of the great path, which fell mercilessly. Sword traversing 9 heavens. The sword light shone like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It had an incomparable power that could cut through everything in the world. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. His fist swept in all directions. The entire world was trembling, and the ancient arena was shaking nonstop. In the end, the opponent's sword of the great path was shattered into pieces. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. You've lost. Lin Xian's voice was cold. A bloody hole appeared on the body of the saint of the second heaven. He looked very miserable. He healed quickly and gritted his teeth. Bullshit, I haven't lost yet. Go to hell, brat. A ray of immortal light rushed out from between his eyebrows. It quickly intertwined and formed a palace. The palace that looked like an immortal palace floated in the sky. It carried an incomparably vast aura and suppressed Lin Xian. You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't admit defeat, I'll beat you until you do. Lin Xian's face darkened. The flames on his body were dancing. They turned into streaks of sword qi that shot into the sky. At this moment, the sword qi swept across the 9 heavens like raging waves hitting the shore, making everyone's hair stand on end. It was as if they were not facing a saint of the first heaven, but a peerless sword god. Lin Xian's eyes also became incomparably bright. No one could look directly at them. 9 suns opened the sky. He clasped his hands together, and a sword light flew out and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, the laws kept dancing. An entire world was quickly collapsing. This sword was much more terrifying than the path sword that the opponent had condensed before. It immediately slashed the celestial palace. With a boom, the celestial palace was sent flying. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. His body split open, and he let out a miserable cry. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. The others were in an uproar. Did he lose? It was hard to believe that a saint of the second heaven was defeated by a saint of the first heaven. He won. He actually won. I'm not dreaming, am I? Fatty's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he did not have much hope, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Dreamy stood there, her eyes flickering, and the corners of her mouth raised into a faint smile. She had been following Lin Xian these days and had long known how terrifying Lin Xian was. She did not think much of a saint of the second heaven. In another hall, the third young master was going crazy. How is this possible? The third young master suddenly stood up. His face was ashen, and he was no longer as calm as before. The powerhouses beside him were also dumbfounded. Damn it, how did that guy do it? Could it be that he has a mysterious weapon on him? Did he bring a sacred artifact? Voices of surprise sounded. If it was a sacred artifact, they could explain it. However, many of the saints' faces were gloomy. They did not see a sacred artifact. Perhaps it was hidden in his body. These people did not believe that he could defeat a saint of the second heaven with his own strength. Below, Lin Xian had defeated a saint of the second heaven and obtained the nightmare flower. She had kept it for him. Great, there's still one more spiritual herb. Then I can refine pills that can increase the lifespan of a saint. Damn, brat, you want to leave just like that? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the third young master of the Abyss family. Lin Xian also stopped and looked at the white-clothed young man in the sky as he asked in an indifferent tone, "Oh, you want to stop me? Don't tell me you don't know the rules of the Battle Saint Palace." "Brat, don't use the Battle Saint Palace to pressure me. I know the rules here, and I will not break them. Moreover, I know the rules better than you. Do you dare to join forces?" Join forces. This was also a gambling method. That meant that if one side lost, they could continue to bet. However, because it was a team battle, the bets were doubled. If one lost, they would lose double. It could be said that it was very exciting and moving. Chapter 3501. Fatty jumped out and hurriedly said, "Brother, come back quickly. Don't bet with them. They'll definitely be ruthless." He naturally knew his third brother's personality. He would definitely not let Lin Xian go. "Sixth brother, you're not bad. You actually dare to go against me. Looks like you don't know what's good for you." The white-robed young master stared at Fatty. Fatty's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. "Third brother, admit it if you're not as good as me. What? Are you going to play dirty tricks on me?" Seeing the two young masters of the big families fighting openly and secretly, the others were also interested. They wondered how the situation would change. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It's not impossible. Of course, unless you can take out the sunset fruit. What? The sunset fruit? What kind of precious spirit herb is that? Many people were shocked. This young man is really greedy. The people on Third Young Master's side also frowned. Third Young Master snorted coldly. Unfortunately, I do have one of those things. Kid, you're a man of your word. He flipped his hand and took out a fruit. The fruit was like a sun that was about to set in the mountains. It had the beauty of a sunset. Seeing the fruit, the others were shocked. As expected of Third Young Master, he even has such a precious spirit fruit. Lin Xian was also shocked. That thing is also in his hands. Great, it seems that it's easy to get it. Third Young Master is really a gift to me. All right, according to the rules, use the sunset fruit and other things as the bet. I'll bet with you. Damn, are you going to play big? Fatty's mouth twitched. He wanted to remind them, but he was stopped by Fantasy. Don't worry, the Temple Master will be fine. On the other side, Third Young Master also revealed a cold smile. Are you willing to bet? That's good. I promise you that I'll make you regret your decision. How did you eat my treasure? I'll make you spit it out 10 times more. I'll go. Another figure walked out. It was a muscular man who looked like King Kong. Third Young Master looked at him and nodded. All right, take 2 more Dharma treasures. You can use them when necessary. Jean Gang took 2 magic treasures and put them away. With a stomp of his foot, he descended from the palace like a god of war. When he landed on the arena, the entire world shook. King Kong, it was actually him. Oh no, this guy is also a second heaven sage, and his cultivation is even stronger than the previous one. Not only that, the Third Young Master must be prepared this time. Vajra must have a weapon refined by the Netherworld clan. That person's weapon would definitely be able to increase the opponent's combat strength. I say, that kid is dead for sure. Brat, prepare to die. As soon as King Kong landed, he roared and rushed over. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged over. What a powerful physique. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with a piercingly cold light. He felt his blood boiling as he also let out a cold shout and charged over. As the 2 of them collided, their powerful auras tore countless large cracks in the sky and earth. Following that, the 2 of them continued to attack. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning were colliding between heaven and earth. Every strike struck fear into the hearts of the others. Too fast. The 2 of them were really too fast. It was a pure physical collision. Damn it, is that kid's physical body that powerful too? They were about to go crazy. Impossible. This brat must be wearing some kind of terrifying battle armor. Just wait and see. He is definitely not a match for King Kong. The people on the Third Young Master's side gritted their teeth. After more than 100 exchanges, the 2 of them finally separated. Blood dripped from the sky and landed on the arena, causing the arena to tremble. That was the blood of a sage, which could pierce through the void. He was injured. The people on the Third Young Master's side sneered. I told you, he's definitely not King Kong's. Before they could finish their sentence, they were stunned because they realized that King Kong was the one who was injured. King Kong's hands were broken. Not only that, but his arms were also full of cracks. How was that possible? The people around them screamed crazily. Where was that kid? That kid should have been beaten to a pulp. They hurriedly looked over. He was fine. He was actually fine. That's right. Lin Xian stood there, and the light on his body was still the same. He was not injured. In a contest of physique, King Kong was actually at a disadvantage. That was really unbelievable. King Kong's body trembled. His face was also full of fear. Previously, he was still disdainful of his opponent. However, after exchanging blows, he knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him could not be described with common sense. He could not defeat his opponent, but he would not admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and roared. His broken arms quickly recovered. Then he said coldly, "Kid, you're very strong. However, you have no chance of winning this battle, because I still have a trump card." After King Kong finished speaking, he took out a weapon from his storage ring. It was a black weapon. The moment that weapon appeared, it brought with it an extremely cold aura that spread out in all directions. This time, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. His mind was a little blank. Why did the weapon feel so cold? It was a murderous weapon. Why did it look so similar to the legendary Great Spear of Destruction? Screams rang out in the Battle Sage Palace. Could it be the Great Spear of Destruction? But why was that weapon in his hands? Although King Kong was strong, he did not have the Great Spear of Destruction. Lin Xian was also stunned. Indeed, when King Kong took out the weapon, he was stunned. King Kong's weapon was indeed 70% similar to the Great Spear of Destruction. However, he was certain that it was not the Great Spear of Destruction because the real one was in his hands. Lin Xian asked, "That should be a replica, right?" "That's right. It was a replica. However, it was a replica made by an elder of the Nine Nether tribe. Although its power was not as strong as the real Great Spear of Destruction, it was not far off." "Kid, do you think you can win against such a demonic weapon? No matter how strong your body is, can you withstand it?" So it was a replica of the Great Spear of Destruction. Everyone was shocked. However, some of the older generation experts nodded. The Nine Nether tribe had made many weapons. Among them, there were many replicas of sacred weapons. They had even made replicas of earth weapons. Rumor had it that the Nine Nether tribe still had a replica of a weapon. It was made of extremely precious metals that took tens of thousands of years and countless generations to make. Although it was not as good as an extreme weapon, it was much stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. This was also the reason why the Nine Nether tribe was so prosperous and no one dared to provoke them. "You want to hurt me with a mere replica?" Chapter 3502. He indeed had the confidence to say such words. However, King Kong sneered. "Arrogant fellow, I'll let you experience the power of this demonic weapon." Wang. Lin Xian took a step forward. Like an ancient god of war, the aura on his body rose without limit. Streaks of murderous sword qi shot out from his body, and the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains that spun under his feet. His opponent's aura had increased again. King Kong took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent if his opponent's aura grew. "Kill!" With an angry roar, he moved the demonic weapon in his hand. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire space could not withstand the might of the demonic weapon. A black shadow swept towards Lin Xian like a divine chain. Wang. Lin Xian made his move as well. His 5 elemental laws danced nonstop as 5 elemental sword qi soared into the sky. Clang! Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out, causing everyone's ears to bleed. That terrifying demonic weapon could easily pierce through a saint in the second heaven. However, it was unable to move forward in the slightest in the face of this sword qi. It was beaten to the point of trembling. Even King Kong's perlicue was cracked. This scene was simply too frightening. These nomological sword qi were too powerful. What kind of nomological sword qi was this? He was just a first heaven sage. How could he comprehend the laws to such an extent? At this moment, the older generation sages were all dumbfounded. They found it hard to imagine that there was such a powerful law in the world. Ah, devils, roar to the heavens! King Kong roared as the demonic weapon in his hand exploded with unparalleled power and stabbed forward. It pierced through the heavens, wanting to pierce a hole through Lin Xian. Throughout the entire process, demonic clouds surged, ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. It was as if this world had turned into a demonic world. Wang. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an incomparable light. He raised his arm, and a clanging sound rang out. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like the cry of a sword. a terrifying 5 forms divine sword condensed in his hand. Although it was a sword of laws, it was comparable to a divine weapon. As the sword slashed down, the stars were destroyed and the sun and moon collapsed. This sword was truly too frightening. Everyone felt as if a peerless sword shadow had flashed past their minds. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Clang! A world-shaking sound rang out as the demonic artifact was sent flying. The Vajra arm split open once again, making it impossible to catch it all. The demonic weapon was sent flying by the sword aura, and it directly slashed at King Kong, enveloping him. His entire body was split into 2 halves. Saint blood dyed the arena red, and the entire arena in the valley exuded a desolate aura. All sorts of headless corpses and illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in the surroundings. It was clear that this arena had experienced countless battles. Now that it was stained with sacred blood, it triggered a phenomenon. Even the replica of the great spear of destruction couldn't suppress him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people on Third Young Master's side couldn't believe it either. Third Young Master's eyelids were twitching wildly. Damn it, how could this be? Where did old Six find such a person? He was about to go crazy. A saint beside him comforted him. Third Young Master, don't be angry. Vajra hasn't lost yet. He still has a magic treasure that he hasn't used yet. That's right, he still had the holy battle armor. His current attack power was enough to contend against the enemy. It was just that his defense power couldn't keep up. However, if he activated the holy battle armor, then he would have no weaknesses. As expected, Vajra's 2 halves quickly healed. At the same time, a battle armor appeared on his body. A black battle armor instantly enveloped his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. As soon as the battle armor appeared, a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone screamed, "Holy battle armor!" This was the pride of the Netherworld tribe. It seemed like Third Young Master attached great importance to this battle. Not only did he give Vajra the replica of the great spear of destruction, he even gave him the holy battle armor. Brat, you have completely angered me. I will never let you go. You definitely won't be able to break through my defense now. Vajra grabbed the demonic weapon once again and charged over. He was like a black demon god, emitting a cold aura from head to toe. Oh no, Brother Xian is really in danger. Fatty couldn't sit still anymore. The replica of the demonic weapon had already made his scalp numb, now that he had taken out the holy battle armor. He couldn't believe that anyone could turn the tables. Saints below the 3rd heaven might not be able to break this battle armor. This was already an invincible position in the innate realm. Holy battle armor? Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he sneered. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of that battle armor. So what? Looking at the figure charging over, he didn't dodge at all. This scene made the others dumbfounded. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. The moment Vajra brandished the demonic weapon, he activated stellar transposition. Buzz! The black demonic weapon reversed at an unbelievable angle and pierced through Vajra's eyes. A miserable sound rang out as King Kong rolled in the sky, letting out a miserable shriek. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what's going on? They didn't see it clearly at all. Vajra was so powerful and was wearing the holy battle armor, but he was injured in one move? What did that brat do? It was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. It wasn't too fast, but he didn't even make a move. Damn it, it's so strange. Those saints felt their hair stand on end. Was this the same as the legends? Wasn't this an immortal technique? They were all stunned. Third Young Master's people were also dumbfounded. This was impossible. They held it in for a long time before they could make such a sound. To be honest, they couldn't believe it. That was because they were wearing the holy battle armor and holding a replica demonic weapon. Who below the 3rd heaven could compete with them? They couldn't imagine that the holy stone armor only revealed a pair of eyes. But Vajra took the opportunity and pierced through the eyes. Furthermore, It was pierced through by the demonic weapon. Was Vajra trying to commit suicide? They wouldn't know what was going on, even if they were beaten to death. Lin Xian ignored them and said coldly, "Admit defeat, or you'll definitely die." Admit defeat. Vajra had no choice but to admit defeat. Great, the setting sun fruit is in my hands. If Vajra lost, he would have to pay double the bet. After Lin Xian passed, he put away the sunset fruit. As for the rest of the bet, he gave everything to Fatty. Fatty laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, you're awesome. Let's go eat the demon saint's meat later." After winning a large sum of money, they could really afford to eat the demon saint's meat. "Do you still want to bet?" Lin Xian looked at the third young master with a smile. The third young master's face was instantly filled with anger. Damn it, were they being targeted? Damn it, did they really think they were fat sheep? They had never been provoked in such a way before, and they were furious. Fight it out with him. What do you have? Even Vajra wasn't a match for him. Chapter 3503. This person was very confident. If anyone else heard this, they would be shocked. Even King Kong with 2 terrifying weapons could not defeat this person. Who would dare to say such words now? However, the third young master and the others were delighted. They quickly turned around and looked behind them. There were a few figures sitting behind them. One of them had a smile on his face. He was the one who spoke. "Young Master Long, are you really going to fight?" The third young master was also pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked forward. The young man who spoke was very handsome. However, there were many scales on his forehead. From afar, it looked like a mysterious Tao pattern. Dragons. This person was from the dragons. If the third young master is willing to bet again, I can bet with that person. Great. Hearing this, the third young master smiled. The surrounding sages also smiled. Young Master Long was an expert from the Dragon Valley. Yes, if young Master Long fights, we will be safe. This person was from the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley was also here. What were they here for? Were they here to celebrate the birthday or for some other reason? It was not only the Dragon Valley. The 8 Desolate Lightning and the Dark Moon Temple were also here. It seemed like they had other plans. Since young Master Long is willing to fight, I will bet again. The third young master also regained his confidence. He stood up and said in a cold voice. He had made a bet in a row. When the news spread, everyone in the Battle Sage Palace was stunned. He wanted to bet again? Heavens, the third young master was really generous. In a joint fight, the bet would be 3 times the usual. This was not an ordinary 3 times, because the stakes were all extremely precious items, and any one of them would cause countless people's eyes to turn red with envy. 3 times, this was definitely a shocking amount. When the fatty heard this, he was also stunned. Fuck! What was his third brother trying to do? Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he still had a trump card? Or had he gone crazy from the shock? It would be best if he went crazy. This way, they would have 3 times the usual amount of treasures. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Since someone had come to give him treasures, why would he not accept it? Therefore, he still stood in the arena. At the same time, he was curious. Who was going to fight him? Was it a third heaven sage, or an even more powerful expert? The others were also discussing. Who is it? Many people even guessed that it was a veteran expert. That was impossible. Although they could win this way, they would lose face. Yes, the third young master was a person who valued his reputation. Everyone was confused. But soon, they saw a figure walking out of the third young master's palace. When they saw the figure, they were extremely shocked. Young man, it was actually a young man who walked out. They were surprised that he wasn't an expert of the older generation. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was someone from the dragon race. Naturally, they also saw the dragon tattoo on his forehead. It was a purple dragon tattoo. Looking from afar, it looked like a purple auspicious cloud with a terrifying aura. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew about this. Recently, countless experts had entered the Alchemy Valley. Therefore, the Battle Sage Palace had reached a peak. Many experts had entered, and there had been a 5-match winning streak. One of them had won 5 matches in a row, causing a huge uproar. They did not expect it to be Long Zi. Nothing would go wrong if he took action. Yes, they did not expect the third young master to be able to invite him. 5-match winning streak. That kid was dead meat. Yes, no matter how strong that kid was, he had only won 2 matches in a row. How could he win 5 matches in a row? Moreover, Long Zi was a member of the Dragons. Gasps of surprise rang out one after another. The fatty's face also became incomparably ugly. Damn, it's actually him. How could this be? How did the third brother know him? He could not believe it. Fantasy, who was beside him, frowned. Is it the Dragon Valley again? Why are they here? Lin Xian was also stunned. The Dragon Valley people? The first thought that came to his mind was not that the opponent had won 5 matches in a row, but that he had been exposed. Were they here to capture him? However, the other party's expression was arrogant, cold, and disdainful. They did not look like they were here to capture him. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not recognize him, which meant that they were not here to capture him. They must have other motives. Did the Dragon Valley come alone? Or did they come together with the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian did not know about this yet. However, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. I did not expect to meet an opponent like you in the Battle Sage Palace. I admit that you are quite strong, Long Zi said coldly. Unfortunately, I won 5 matches in a row. You are no match for me at all. Also, I will not give you a chance to admit defeat. As long as you stand in this arena, I will make you wish you were dead. Long Zi's methods were cruel. Anyone who fought with him would either be killed or severely injured. Hearing this, the third young master's people sneered. After killing this person, there should be no one left on the 6th young master's side. At that time, he would be in control. Lin Xian also laughed. Are the people of the Dragon Valley still so arrogant? It seems that you have not suffered enough in the past. I heard that the Dragon Valley had suffered a great loss in the Void Ocean. Later on, you were beaten up by Lin Wudi. Why, instead of going back obediently, you dare to come out and show off. Aren't you afraid that Lin Wudi will come looking for you? Damn brat, you are courting death. Long Zi's face turned ugly. This matter was indeed a disgrace to the Dragon Valley. However, who dared to mention it in front of him? Someone did not know what was good for him. The surrounding people were also stunned. Is this brat trying to provoke the other party? Is he tired of living? What bullsh asterisk T Lin Wudi. He is just using despicable means. In a head-on battle, he is no match for the experts of the Dragon Valley. If Lin Wudi dares to come here today, I can kill him with one hand. Long Zi exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Don't care about Lin Wudi. I will kill you today. Buzz. Long Zi exuded a terrifying, murderous aura, and there was even a low dragon roar. Chapter 3504. His fists could move, and each of them carried the shadow of a dragon. These attacks were all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely vicious. Lin Xian snorted and clenched his fists. His golden palm carried the laws of the 5 elements, and the roar of a dragon came from his body. He punched out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone in Battle Sage Palace was stunned. They had seen the most unbelievable scene. Even the people on the 3rd young master's side were about to kneel down. Fatty also jumped up, his face full of shock, because Long Zi was blown apart by a single punch. That's right, he was blown apart by a single punch. Lin Xian's fist carried an unparalleled power, directly shattering all of the other party's attacks. Moreover, it landed heavily on the other party's body, causing the other party's body to break into pieces. The miserable sound pulled everyone from their dreams back to reality. Then their scalps went numb. What kind of punch was that? It was too terrifying. Why do I feel that even a 3rd heaven saint would not be able to take it? Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Long Zi roared and quickly healed. The purple dragon scales on his forehead shone with an unparalleled light. Instantly, bolts of lightning burst out from his forehead and filled the sky. The destructive aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Lin Xian snorted and reached out his hand, slapping over. This time he did not hold back. With one strike, he smashed the other party's forehead. Those purple dragon patterns were full of cracks, and the purple destructive lightning that had just gathered was also smashed into nothingness. Boom! Long Zi fell heavily on the arena, causing it to shake nonstop. There were even more cracks on his body. How was that possible? Long Zi was completely suppressed. The third young master's side was dumbfounded. Long Zi's strength was strong, and he had won 5 consecutive battles. He was their hope. But now this hope was knocked to the ground in 2 moves and smashed with a single punch. The others were also in disbelief. Long Zi was even more crazy. How was that possible? He had won 5 consecutive battles and he was so strong. How could an ant beat him? Damn it, he fought back. However, what greeted him next was a large golden hand that streaked across the sky, breaking all the bones in his body. Moreover, of all places, the other party's palm had hit. It had hit his face, causing his entire head to deform. He had already recovered several times, but he was still unable to escape. No matter how he tried to escape, the golden palm would always land on his face. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Long Zi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you very powerful? Wasn't it supposed to be a 5-win streak? Didn't you not put Lin Wudi in your eyes? Trash like you can't even beat me. So how dare you challenge Lin Wudi? As he spoke, he waved his golden hand, and every strike was earth-shattering. Long Zi was smashed into smithereens. The others were also stunned. Heavens, this was definitely a ruthless person. Long Zi was incomparably sullen. He knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him was very strong. He even suspected that the other party had suppressed his cultivation to deceive him. Damn it, he was at a disadvantage. He had to leave quickly. I admit that before he could finish, he was slapped back. His entire mouth was smashed, and half of his head was smashed. Lin Xian sneered. You're quite good at holding out. Let's see how long you can hold out. Hold out your sister. Long Zi was about to cry. Damn it, he wanted to admit defeat. But the other party did not seem to give him a chance. This was revenge. As expected, he tried again. However, just as he opened his mouth was smashed. There was no choice. Long Zi was extremely sullen, but he had to admit defeat now. His soul roared, sending out an angry soul wave. If he could not admit defeat physically, he would use his soul to do so. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Soul attack? His heavenly secret divine eyes opened, forming a pair of mysterious eyes that pierced the other party's soul until he screamed. This time, Long Zi's soul was seriously injured, let alone begging for mercy. He probably even wanted to die. Just like that, Long Zi could not even open his mouth to admit defeat. He was beaten to the ground by Lin Xian like a dead dog. He was so arrogant and even dared to challenge Lin Wudi. I thought he was some expert. I did not expect him to be so weak. This kind of trash dares to call himself a 5-time champion? Lin Xian kicked the other party out of the arena, then looked up at the palace in the sky. Speaking of which, are you all out of people? Do you still want to continue? I think with my strength, I should be able to be a 10-time champion too. Third young master's people were so scared that their scalps went numb. Third young master's expression was extremely ugly. To be honest, he was going crazy. Was Long Zi going easy on him? Damn it, could it be that the other party's reputation was undeserved? This time, the one who was embarrassed was not only Long Zi, but also him. He felt that he had no face to stay any longer, so he said coldly, "Bring it back. Let's go." These people directly rushed into the sky. One of the saints took Long Zi away and left completely. I actually won. Ha ha! The fatty laughed loudly, not daring to believe it. One had to know that since he was born, he had been suppressed by a few geniuses in his family, and one of them was his third brother. They bullied him every time, and he could not beat them, so he could only try his best to avoid them. However, he did not expect that he would gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with his third brother. Moreover, he had ruthlessly slapped his third brother's face. This feeling was too good. Who else? The fatty started to get cocky as well. Standing in the void, he looked as though he was asking for a beating. However, the entire Battle Sage Palace was silent because Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Was Long Zi going easy on him? They did not dare to believe it. Long Zi must have been beaten to the point that she could not fight back. It seemed that the Alchemy Valley had another powerful expert. They did not know who this young man was. Which sect or family was he from? In an instant, everyone went to investigate, and many people even started to invite him. As for these invitations, Lin Xian tactfully rejected them all. He took 3 times the bet and then left with the fatty. This time he was prepared to go into seclusion for a while. He had to refine the elixir first. This way, he would have enough trump cards when he attended the birthday banquet. After that, the fatty, Lin Xian, and Fantasy went straight to the best restaurant, and then used their winnings to have a big meal. This time, they were eating the real meat of a demon saint. Every bite contained the essence of heaven and earth, and they almost had a nosebleed. After the meal, Lin Xian and the other 2 felt that their cultivation had increased. Damn, it was indeed the meat of a demon saint. It was indeed terrifying. However, the price was still painful to pay. After the meal, Lin Xian went into seclusion, and Fantasy guarded him while the fatty went out. Because of this battle, he had become famous. Many people who could not invite Lin Xian began to invite him. Chapter 3505. The living fossil of the 9 Nether tribe was a godlike existence in the Alchemy Valley. Everyone knew him. Moreover, his name was known throughout the universe. That was because the sacred weapons he refined were extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was one of the few who had participated in the imitation of the extreme weapon and survived. Whether it was his status or strength, he was unparalleled. Therefore, his 5,000th birthday this time attracted countless experts to come and offer their blessings. Recently, the 9 Nether tribe released a piece of news. Whoever presented the best gift at the birthday banquet would get a chance to make a request like a living fossil. It was said that any request would be granted. Once this was said, countless people went crazy. That was an extremely terrifying master blacksmith. One request from him was enough to make those saints go crazy. In an instant, countless people were making preparations. At the same time, the 9 Nether tribe also welcomed some extremely honorable people. Among them, the eldest young master received a very impressive person. Even though he was the eldest young master of the 9 Nether tribe, he had to lower his head slightly in front of him. Brother Lei, are you satisfied with your stay these few days? The eldest young master looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was no stranger because this person was the one who had a conflict with him at the 9 Dragon Mountain. It was also the person who wanted her little white monkey. She didn't expect that the other party had indeed been invited by the 9 Nether tribe. That young master Lei nodded and said, "Greetings, eldest young master. I'm living very well. However, are those people really not back yet?" Obviously, he still could not forget about the little white monkey. The eldest young master frowned and said, "We are already looking for them. We are also very puzzled as to why 6 of our tribesmen disappeared into thin air. Don't worry, we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At this point, a murderous intent appeared in the eldest young master's eyes. How could the people of the 9 Nether tribe disappear for no reason? What happened? Could it be that they were killed by someone? How dare someone attack their tribesmen in their territory, regardless of who the other party was? Once caught, they would definitely be torn into pieces. The eldest young master took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. He then said, "Oh right, Brother Lay, there is one more thing. The geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Dragon Valley are here too. They seem to want to meet Brother Lay." Young Master Lay nodded. "I also want to see what's so special about the geniuses of the first astral realm." On the other side, Lin Xian had also come out of seclusion, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had finally succeeded in refining the heavenly yellow 9 heavens pill. With this pill in hand, he had boundless confidence. "Brother, you've carved it out. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it in time for the birthday celebration." The fatty said anxiously outside. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, then brought Fantasy and Fatty to the birthday banquet. The birthday banquet was held in the Golden Fire Plain, where the supreme-grade spirit veins of the alchemy star intersected. It could be said to be a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. At this moment, the Golden Fire Plains was truly bustling with activity. Saints were very common in this place. There were even little saints who descended from the sky and were invited inside. When he was in seclusion, Lin Xian asked the fatty to help him find out about the situation in the Dragon Valley. The fatty said that the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace had also come, and there were many of them. Even the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace had come. What were they here for? Were they here to congratulate him, or did they have other motives? Lin Xian really didn't know. However, he was confident that no one would be able to see through his disguise. After parking the 3-tailed Tengu and the war chariot, the fatty changed back to his original form and looked at the figures in front of him. The fatty also took a deep breath. He said, "Brother Xian, let's go." The 3 of them strode forward. As he was a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe, he was unimpeded along the way. Suddenly, the fatty was stunned and stopped in his tracks. "Damn, Sister Yanran is actually coming out to receive us? Wait, could it be that some big shot is coming?" Having said that, the fatty quickened his footsteps, followed by Lin Xian and Fantasy. "Sister Yanran, why are you here too?" the fatty asked in surprise. There was a graceful figure standing in front of them. She was dignified and graceful, but she didn't lose her ethereal nature, especially her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters. One couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. The fatty transmitted his voice at the same time. "Brother, this is Sister Yanran, also a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe. She's a genius, and more importantly, she's highly valued by our ancestor. It could be said that she had been by the ancestor's side all these years. I didn't expect her to come this time. I really don't know who she's waiting for." "Oh, someone by the side of the living fossil." Lin Xian was surprised. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the other party. Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe also looked over. When she saw the fatty, she also smiled and said, "Sixth brother, you've been very impressive recently. There are rumors about you everywhere. I heard that you've gotten to know an incredible person." The fatty smiled and said, "Sister Yanran, don't laugh at me. I'm not impressive at all. I'm just being bullied by those bastards. However, you said that I know an incredible person. That's true. Let me introduce you to my brother." As he spoke, the fatty moved to the side and came to Lin Xian's side. "This is my brother. He's very impressive." Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe glanced at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. However, she didn't say much. That was because she had seen too many geniuses these days. Lin Xian was only a sage in the middle stage of the first heaven. He wasn't too conspicuous among the many geniuses. Therefore, she didn't pay too much attention to him. Instead, she said to the fatty, "Sixth brother, hurry up and go in." "Oh, right. We're going to see the ancestor later. He had to be careful. The old ancestor had some troubles recently, so he must not provoke him. The ancestor has been troubled." "What troubled him?" The fatty trembled in fear. "Look at how scared you are. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with us juniors. I'll tell you when I'm free. I still have things to do now." "Sister Yanran, I know. Thank you for your reminder. The fatty nodded gratefully. Then she brought Lin Xian and Fantasy in. After entering, the fatty said, "Brother, sister, Yanran has been too busy recently." Before he could finish, Lin Xian shook his head. "It's fine. I don't mind." He knew that the fatty was talking about Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe. Her attitude was indeed a little cold. However, he didn't mind. After all, he knew that she had probably seen countless geniuses these days. That's good. The fatty heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said doubtfully, "I wonder who it is that can make Sister Yanran personally come out to receive them." As he spoke, he turned around. In the next moment, his expression changed. "Damn it, it's actually Boss." Lin Xian also turned around. Indeed, he saw a group of people walking over from afar. The leader was a tall man. Chapter 3506. Eldest Young Master? Lin Xian looked at him curiously and squinted his eyes. Although this eldest young master was very domineering, if one looked carefully, they would discover that he was actually half a step behind another person. In other words, he wasn't the one leading the group. Then, who was the one leading the group? After taking a closer look, Lin Xian was stunned. It's him. Lin Xian realized that the one leading the group was young Master Lei, the one who had a conflict with him on 9 Dragon Mountain. Is he really that respectable? Who exactly was this person? Other than young Master Lei and his companions, there were other people around who were equally outstanding and had powerful auras. They were from Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace. They were together. Fuck, who are these people around Boss? Fatty was also surprised. In the next moment, he jumped up because he saw that Sister Yanran was also walking forward. Who is that person? Is Sister Yanran waiting for him? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. It seemed like the other party had a strong background. He said to Fatty, "Let's go." Fatty came back to his senses and nodded. Boss often bullied him, so it would be better if they didn't meet. The further in they went, the better the scenery was. There were various pavilions and palaces, and many experts and sky prides were gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss martial arts. When Fatty arrived, many people greeted him. Fatty waved back, looking like a young master. "Isn't this 6th brother? You've been doing well recently." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Fatty jumped in fright and quickly turned his head around. Lin Xian and Fantasy also turned around, only to see a group of people walking towards them from the left. The one leading the group had an extremely cold expression. Lin Xian knew this person too. It was the 3rd young master who went against them at the Battle God Palace. There were many martial artists following behind the 3rd young master. Every one of them was an expert and sky prides. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. Fuck, it's this guy. Fatty cursed in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face. "I'm here to greet you." Fatty cupped his fists and said, "I thought that you, old 6th, had found an expert and became arrogant. I didn't expect that you would bow to me. I can't accept it," the 3rd young master said coldly. At this point, he turned to look at Lin Xian and Meng Meng, who was beside him. It was as if he wanted to see through the two of them. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about the gazes of those people. Originally, the fatty thought that the 3rd brother was going to attack his brother. He had already thought of what to say, but he never expected that the moment his 3rd brother opened his mouth, he would be stunned. The 3rd young master looked at Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a smile. "Young master has good methods. I saw your performance in the Battle Saint Palace, clearly. May I know which clan young master is from? I'm afraid you wouldn't know my family even if I told you." Lin Xian shook his head. 3rd young master did not get angry. Instead, he asked, "What brings you to Alchemy Valley? Are you here to celebrate my ancestor's birthday? If that's the case, I think you can accompany me. I can introduce you to my ancestor. Speaking of which, in terms of status in the family, my status is much higher than that of my good-for-nothing younger brother of mine." "Young master," Why don't you come with me? Fatty's face changed immediately. Damn, he was trying to poach him. Furthermore, he was trying to poach him in front of him. Brother Xian is my guest. I have something to do. I'll leave first. With that, he pulled Lin Xian and wanted to leave. Oh my, isn't this old sixth? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice was not cold, but very loud. It was as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was here. Fatty's face changed. Even the third young master's face changed. A group of people walked over from afar. The person in the lead was tall and strong. He walked with a majestic gait and a proud look on his face. There were even more people beside him. There were even more people than the third young master's group. Boss, the third young master's face changed. Fatty was also stunned. Big brother. That's right. The person who came was the eldest young master that they had met at the entrance. At this moment, young Master Lei was beside the eldest young master and the surrounding sky prides. The eldest young master was in high spirits. When he saw that there were only Lin Xian and Fantasy beside Fatty, his eyes were filled with disdain. When he saw that there were many sky prides beside the third young master, a cold look appeared on his face. It seemed that the one who was competing with him was still the third young master. Big brother, you're quite early. The third young master said coldly. Boss snorted. How can I be late to the ancestors' birthday banquet? Moreover, this time, I've brought a guest to introduce to the ancestor. A guest? The third young master looked at the people behind Boss. His eyes flickered. They were similar to his group. Other than the local experts of Alchemy Planet, there were also experts from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace. Among them, there was one person who surprised him. He realized that the person seemed to be standing in front of Boss. Who is this person? Does he not know the rules and want to steal the limelight? The eldest young master said proudly. Third young master, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. The third young master's face changed instantly. He seemed to have thought of something as his eyes turned strange. He quickly bowed. So it's young Master Lei. Sorry for the disrespect. I've heard of young Master Lei for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're indeed more elegant than the rumors. You're too polite. Facing the third young master, that young Master Lei only nodded slightly. The sages beside him were displeased. However, when the third young master sent a telepathic message, those people were shocked. They looked at young Master Lei with deep shock. Brother, let's go. While the eldest young master and third young master were confronting each other, the fatty pulled Lin Xian and the rest away quietly. There were still 3 days to the birthday banquet of the living fossil. Therefore, Su Chen and the rest had time to play around. After a day, the Golden Fire Plains became more lively. At this moment, countless people were gathering in one place. Lin Xian and the rest were interested. They asked around and realized that there were people sparring over there. Sparring? The fatty's eyes lit up. Then he said, There's a good show to watch. Brother, let's go and take a look. The group of them walked forward as well. He saw that there were indeed people sparring. In front of them, Tao patterns filled the air and energy surged. However, it was controlled very well. Not a single trace of energy leaked out, nor did it destroy the surroundings. There were only cracks in the void. The people sparring were all experts. Their control of energy was extremely precise. In the pavilion, Lin Xian saw the eldest young master, third young master, and the rest at first glance. It was obvious that they were the leaders. The other young geniuses were sparring. Chapter 3507. With a cry of surprise, the crowd made way for him. He was also a young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe. The fatty had no choice but to brace himself and walk forward. The eldest young master laughed. Sixth brother, you came at the right time. I heard that you know a young supreme talent who defeated the expert from the Dragon Valley, who had 5 consecutive victories at Battle Sage Palace. Where is he? Ask him to come out and let us see him. As soon as these words came out, everyone revealed a look of surprise. The expert, who had won 5 consecutive championships at Battle Sage Palace, was definitely a terrifying expert. It was hard to believe that someone could defeat him, especially someone who was with the 6th young master. It was hard to believe, especially those from Gold Refinery. They knew that the 6th young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe did not have many experts around him. He was often beaten up by his brothers in the tribe. The fatty's face changed. He could only look at Lin Xian. He had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion on this matter. Lin Xian also looked at the fatty and gave him a calm look. He said, "I don't dare to call myself a peerless supreme talent. However, the person who defeated Long Zi is indeed me." "It's you." The eldest young master was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. He had seen this person beside the 6th brother before, but he did not pay much attention to him. He did not expect it to be this person. The 3rd young master laughed. "That's right, big brother. It was this young master who was extremely powerful back then." He could tell that he had no way to rope in Lin Xian. Since that was the case, he would not let Lin Xian off easily. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed him that day. He had to get rid of Lin Xian. Now he wanted to borrow his big brother's hand to get rid of Lin Xian. Many people on the eldest young master's side looked at Lin Xian. Even young Master Lei looked over in surprise. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with young Master Lei?" the eldest young master asked. Young Master Lei's eyes flickered. He felt that this person was familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. The others were whispering. "Is he the one who defeated the expert, who had 5 consecutive victories? He doesn't look like much. His cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 1st heaven. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say?" These people all had a doubtful attitude. The fatty could not stand it and snorted. "Why, you don't believe me? Let me tell you, this brother of mine is extremely powerful. If you don't believe me, come out and try." Fatty had a fiery temper. He had been despised by others for so long. Today he had to hold his head high. Is that so? Did he brag about how powerful he was? It seemed that he was only SOO. Just at this moment, a sinister laugh rang out. "Who is it? You're speaking so sneakily. Since you're not convinced of my brother's strength, then come out and show me your true strength." Fatty shouted coldly. "Of course, I don't want to submit to him. But no matter what, this is still your 9 Nether Clan's territory. If I don't have your 6th young master's face, I'm afraid my end will be very miserable." That voice rang out once again. It was clear that the other party was somewhat fearful. "Hee, there's no need to worry about that," the 3rd young master said with a smile. "Today's sparring session was held for the sake of exchanging pointers. We won't use our status as members of the 9 Nether tribe to oppress others. You don't have to have any scruples. As long as someone uses the identity of the 9 Nether clan to oppress you, I will deal with it impartially. I think Big Brother shouldn't have any objections." Yes, 3rd brother was right. All the duels today must be fair. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the rumors were true. This 6th young master wasn't well liked in the family. In the void, that voice laughed again. "All right, since the 1st young master and 3rd young master have guaranteed, then I won't hold back. Today, I'm going to experience just how strong this legendary peerless genius is." Buzz. The void rippled and a figure walked out. It was a man who looked like a middle-aged man. He wasn't tall, but he was very muscular. The moment he appeared, he gave off a biting cold aura. Especially his gaze, it was too sharp. It was actually the 7-star Sword Saint. The people around all cried out in alarm. This was going to be fun. Yes, they didn't expect it to be the 7-star Sword Saint. His 7-star sword was the best in the world. This is also a 2nd Heavenly Layer Sage. That's right. Rumor had it that when Long Zi obtained her 5 consecutive victories, The seven-star sword saint was already preparing to rush to the battle sage palace. However, he was a step too late. When he arrived, Long Zi had already left. Hence, the two of them didn't fight. Now that someone had defeated Long Zi, he would naturally look for that person. They all looked at Lin Xian. They didn't know if this kid was as strong as the rumors said, or was he just lucky and had an undeserved reputation. Just wait and see. We'll know soon enough. If he was weak, he would probably be killed by the seven-star sword saint on the spot. Kid, I won't bully you. You make the first move. The seven-star sword saint drew his seven-star sword. The long sword was inlaid with 7 stars. It was extremely dazzling. It swayed slightly, and the sword light shone in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it. It was a good sword. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. However, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he said calmly, "You're the challenger. You make the first move. Also, do you need me to give you 3 moves?" The surrounding people were in an uproar. Giving him 3 moves? Kid, do you know who you're facing? He's too young and doesn't know his place. He's probably dead this time. Humph. He's asking for death. The seven-star sword saint's face darkened. Without saying a word, he swung his sword. The long sword carried the laws of heaven and earth. It poured down, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The seven-star sword saint attacked with all his might. He didn't give his opponent any chance. Buzz! Lin Xian shifted his position and pulled out a phantom to dodge the first attack. The terrifying, murderous aura shattered the place where he was. The buildings around him were not affected at all. One could imagine how precise the seven-star sword saint's control was. The seven-star sword saint attacked again after his first attack missed. The long sword swept out like a heavenly river. Lin Xian pulled out another phantom and dodged quickly. The surrounding people were surprised. What an exquisite body technique. He could actually dodge 2 attacks from the seven-star sword saint. The seven-star sword saint roared, "Kid, you're sneaking around and you don't dare to fight back? As you wish." Lin Xian stomped his foot and didn't retreat. He faced the 3rd attack from the seven-star sword saint. This attack was even more terrifying. The 3 stars on it had lit up. It could split the sky. Clang! Sparks flew. The place where the 2 were was turned into a black hole. However, the 2 of them controlled it very well. There wasn't a trace of energy overflowing. The surrounding people were amazed. However, when they took a closer look, their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw Lin Xian standing there. He stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the blade of the seven-star sword. He blocked the 3rd attack with just 2 fingers. These people felt that they were going crazy. How was this possible? It was indeed a good sword. Lin Xian held the blade with his fingers and looked at it carefully. He nodded slightly. The seven-star sword saint's face changed drastically. What a terrifying power! It was as powerful as the rumors said. Chapter 3508. The seven-star saber saint was shocked. This power was very strong, which surprised him. He did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Open!" The 4th star lit up, and the power of the seven-star saber in his hand exploded again. The seven-star saber was a very terrifying weapon. Every time a star lit up, its power would increase. At this moment, the 4 stars lit up, and the power was much more terrifying than before. Sure enough, in an instant his strength increased. He pushed Lin Xian's fingers away and then chopped down forcefully. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He slapped over. With a clang, it collided with the seven-star saber again. Countless sparks flew. Lin Xian did not move. The seven-star saint kept retreating. He broke through the void, and his hand moved again. "It's useless. Just use your ultimate move," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Otherwise, it's not enough." "Good boy. I'll let you see my ultimate move." The seven-star saber saint was furious. He realized that his opponent was really strong, and he had to treat him with his full strength. The 7 stars on the saber in his hand lit up, At this moment, the 7-star saber saint was extremely strong. 7-star slash of the Big Dipper. The saber slashed out like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It said that the laws of heaven and earth were too terrifying. Among the saints in the second heaven, not many could block this saber. Lin Xian's expression became serious. This saber had piqued his interest. He stretched out his palm. The golden palm, combined with the 5 elemental laws, seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, grabbing forward. The palm was like a dragon's head, biting the 7-star saber. Then his arm shook like a giant dragon, swinging its tail. The violent power tore the 7-star slash of the Big Dipper apart. Buzz! Buzz! The 7-star saber saint was forced back. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws rushed out from Lin Xian's body, forming a 5-star alignment. The terrifying power was like a sky curtain, covering the 7-star saint. The 7-star saber saint waved his saber wildly, but he was suppressed. The whole process seemed to be slow, but the 2 of them attacked very quickly. The outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stupefied. The 7 stars blade saint was actually suppressed. This was simply unbelievable. The 7-star saber saint was an extremely terrifying existence. In alchemy gold, his reputation was very strong. At this moment, he actually couldn't beat a young junior. I lost. After struggling for dozens of times, the 7-star saber saint had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Xian asked. He was thoroughly convinced. He was sincerely convinced. The 7-star saber saint was helpless. He simply could not break through the 5-star alignment. Lin Xian withdrew the 5-star alignment and stood with his hands behind his back. Fatty jumped out and laughed heartily. 7-star saber saint, thanks for letting me win. The 7-star saber saint's face turned ugly. He turned around and left. He was too ashamed to stay here. Fatty continued. Who else wants to test my brother's skills? Go ahead, it's absolutely fair. Many saints around were silent. Even the 7-star sword saint had been defeated in an instant. It would have been difficult for them to succeed if they had stepped up. Since no one wanted to challenge him, Lin Xian changed back. Next, the other saints went up to spar. It was also very exciting. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Fatty introduced the identity of each saint to Lin Xian. Among them, the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Desolate Valleys experts made a few moves, causing countless people to exclaim. The eldest young master and the 3rd young master revealed a proud smile. These people were now following them. Among them, young Master Lei had been sitting there silently. His eyes were filled with endless arrogance. It was as if the sparring around him was not worthy of his attention. His expression finally caused the dissatisfaction of a saint. That saint stood out. Young Master, why are you so disdainful? Are you looking down on me? Come out and fight. It's the Sunset Saint. Many people exclaimed. When the saint walked out, he was surrounded by scenes of sunset. It gave people a very desolate feeling. Everyone was sorrowful. It was as if they wanted to end their lives. What a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth. It could actually affect the mood of others. Lin Xian was also greatly surprised. The Tao of heaven and earth was not ordinary. Among them, many of the saints sneered. They were also very dissatisfied with young Master Lei. Young Master Lei's expression was as if he did not take them seriously. What was there to be arrogant about? However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolate Palace shook their heads and sneered. These people dared to provoke young Master Lei. They were really courting death. Young Master Lei snorted as he drank his spiritual wine. You think a piece of trash like you is not a match for me? What did you say? The Sunset Saint was instantly enraged. No matter what, he was still a veteran saint. Moreover, he was a 2nd heaven saint. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was just a young man. At most, he would be a 2nd heaven saint. He had never lost to anyone of the same level. How dare the other party call him a piece of trash. The sunset on his body was getting more and more beautiful. A wave of sadness surged from his body and swept towards the front. Instantly, the people in that direction could not help but cry. That sorrowful aura made them feel hopeless and even broke down. Humph! Young Master Lay snorted. Coldness appeared in his eyes. How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Who will help me teach him a lesson? Although he was furious, he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he said to the people beside him, I'll go. At this moment, a figure beside him stood up. It was another young man. He had short hair and was carrying a huge bow on his back. That huge bow was extremely ancient. There were even cracks on some parts of it. Obviously, this bow was very old. It was definitely passed down from the ancient times. After he came out, he stared at the sunset saint and sneered. Old man, how dare you go against my young master? You're overestimating yourself. You'll have to get past me first. As he spoke, he held the huge bow on his back. Humph! How dare you look down on me? You want a servant to do it? The sunset saint snorted. Endless sunset. He attacked directly. Terrifying laws formed a sunset territory. A sunset appeared and shrouded the surroundings. Everything there was in despair. The short-haired young man snorted. Terrifying Tao patterns appeared on his body one after another, resisting the feeling of despair. At the same time, he pulled the huge bow in his hand. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the skyward bow. Virum! With a boom, the skyward bow vibrated and let out a loud sound. An arrow flew over and pierced through the world of despair, shooting towards the setting sun. It collided with the setting sun. Heaven and earth trembled. The sunset saint's body shook. His expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. Damn it! I'm going to kill you! The sunset saint roared. How dare a servant of the other party go against him? Chapter 3509. You're courting death. Old man, I'll make you despair today. The short-haired young man laughed maniacally as he unleashed his power mercilessly. He pulled the skyward bow to its fullest. This time, the law on his body formed 3 arrows that flew out one after another. They pierced through the sunset sunbang. The law was broken. The sunset sun saint spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in shock. How could this be? He was going crazy. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the sages from Venus. Their faces were full of shock. Isn't he too strong? Is he just a follower of young Master Lay? Then how terrifying is young Master Lay? They dared not imagine. The short-haired young man put away the skyward bow and sneered. Who else is not convinced? This scene was very similar to what happened to Lin Xian. It was a scene of suppression. No one dared to raise their heads. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Interesting. This group of people is not ordinary. However, he had no plans to make a move yet. Just then, a faint voice came from the sky. Let me do it. A voice came from heaven and earth. Then a figure walked in. This person appeared to be very young as well. He was wearing a black cloak. Taking a step forward, he used spatial contraction to arrive at the center of the square. Who is this person? The surrounding people discussed. Even the sunset sun saint was defeated. Obviously, the person who wanted to make a move had to be stronger than the sunset sun saint. However, the sunset sun saint was very famous. Everyone knew those who were stronger than him. However, the newcomer looked unfamiliar. No one knew who he was. Thus, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, gasped in surprise. He sat up straight and stared at the figure in the black cloak with a look of interest. The fatty beside him asked, Brother, do you know this person? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know him. However, this person's aura is not ordinary. The fatty looked at him seriously for a long time, but still could not tell what was so special about him. You? The short-haired young man with the skyward bow looked at the man in the black cloak with disdain. However, the man in the black cloak did not even look at him. Instead, he looked into the distance. Lei Qianzhong, do it yourself. It's useless to send a piece of trash. The crowd was shocked. Is he talking to young Master Lei? Indeed, the first and third young masters' eyelids twitched. The short-haired young man was even angrier. How dare you talk to my young master like that? Die! As he spoke, he once again shot out the skyward bow. The nomological laws on his body condensed, forming 3 bows and arrows that rushed over. This was the move that defeated the Sunset Sun Saint. At this moment, this killing move caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. However, the black-cloaked man did not seem to care. He pulled out a dark green saber from the void. The long blade was broken in the middle, and the remaining part had many cracks. This feeling was very similar to the skyward bow. The man in the cloak held the black forging knife in front of him to block the attack. Boom, boom! The 3 arrows slammed into the saber with a deafening sound. The violent laws of heaven and earth seemed to be able to devour everything. However, that broken saber was like a mountain, a wall that blocked all the laws. Buzz! Then the black-cloaked man waved his broken saber, and a dark green beam of light cut through the sky and earth, splitting apart the laws in front of him. Then it hit the skyward bow. With a boom, the skyward bow was sent flying. The short-haired young man was also sent flying. There was a cut on his body that almost split him in half. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. Lei Qianzhong, you really don't want to fight? The same calm voice sounded. Everyone's expression changed. This person was too strong. He defeated the skyward bow with 1 strike. The skyward bow defeated the Sunset Sun Saint. His strength was unimaginable, but now he was defeated so easily. Who was this man in the black cloak? Was he a 3rd Sky Saint? They did not dare to imagine such a young 3rd Sky Saint. The fatty at the side sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, this person is too strong. Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Xian said before. He turned to look at Lin Xian. As expected, Lin Xian's expression was a little serious as he stared at that person. Lin Xian was shocked. This person was strong. He was the strongest young man he had ever seen. Who was this person? Did he come from the same place as young Master Lei? It seemed like they knew each other. The 3rd young master and the 1st young master frowned even more, especially the 1st young master. Young Master Lei was an important guest he had invited. His status was unmatched. Now, someone dared to provoke him. His expression changed. He wanted to scold, but he was stopped by Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong looked forward and said coldly, I didn't expect you to follow me here. Did you come here for me? The man in the black cloak laughed. You think too highly of yourself. I'm here to pick geniuses for the sacred city. Lei Qianzhong's expression changed when he heard this. Damn it, the other party's goal was the same as his. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What kind of place was the sacred city? Also, the other party was here to pick geniuses. The people here were all top experts and geniuses from big families, who would abandon their own sect and family to join another force. It was unbelievable. Since you're here, those guys should be here too, right? Damn it. Lei Qianzhong's expression changed. He then said, You're crazy. If you want to fight, go find someone else. I'm not interested. Was he not interested, or did he not dare? The man in the black cloak sneered. If you don't dare, just admit defeat. Don't use other excuses. Humph. Yuan Mo, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I don't dare to fight you? I just have other things to do. I don't want to fight you. Lei Qianzhong said coldly. He had no intention of fighting from the beginning. The surrounding people were discussing. Why didn't he fight? Was he afraid? Not necessarily. Maybe there were other reasons. Everyone was guessing. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk as the eldest young master's expression turned ugly. Coward. What did you say? Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by the other side. The first young master's face darkened. Sixth brother, keep your people in check. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect the first young master to hear his complaints. At the same time, he felt bitter. There were many people talking, but the other party was targeting him. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only give Lin Xian a look. Lin Xian shook his head. What? Am I wrong? If he's not a coward, why wouldn't he fight? It's fine if he's not as strong as others, but finding excuses. If that's not a coward, then what is? Lin Xian's words sent chills down everyone's spine. This young master Lei status was obviously not ordinary. Didn't you see that even the 9 Netherbird clan's Grand Duke treated him with respect? Chapter 3510. Kid, you're courting death. What do you know? Who are you to talk about young Master Lei's matters? The man with the skyward bow shouted coldly. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Trash, like you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Didn't you get defeated in one hit too? Die. The short-haired young man roared crazily. He was defeated in one hit, but Lin Xian was only a level 1 martial artist. He was just an ant in front of him. How dare someone like him challenge him? He gripped the skyward bow once again and formed an arrow. The arrow was imbued with terrifying, murderous intent as it lashed out at Lin Xian. Buzz! A ray of light flashed in the sky. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The short-haired young man had failed, but that didn't mean he was weak. The man in the black cloak was too strong. The short-haired young man had defeated the Sunset Saint easily. What was the Sunset Saint's standard? Everyone knew that clearly. Hence, when they saw the short-haired young man attack again, they felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. They wondered where the 6th young master had found such a reckless person this time. That's right. Did he think that he could strut around just because he defeated Longzi? The short-haired young man wasn't someone he could fight against. The fatty's face changed. Brother, you're in big trouble this time. Run. However, Lin Xian didn't run away. He even looked at him with disdain. Fight with him? He reached out his hand and grabbed the arrow. At the same time, he executed stellar transposition. The arrow flew back with an even more bizarre and terrifying force. Buzz! Boom! There was a flash of light and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The great path of heaven and earth was moving. The short-haired young man screamed as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. What's going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The short-haired youth was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by his own attack? How was that possible? What happened just now happened in an instant. Even those people did not see clearly what had happened. Only the man in the black cloak looked surprised. He stared at Lin Xian. Interesting. His lips curled up into a smile. On the other side, the eldest young master's side remained silent. They could not believe that the short-haired youth had been injured by someone. Fatty's mouth was wide open. Holy sh*t, am I dreaming? He knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be this strong. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! The short-haired young man roared madly. At the back, young Master Lei's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian laughed. I already said that you're just an ant. You're not my match at all. Let your young master fight. If your young master doesn't mind your life or death, I can send you to the Yellow Springs. After speaking, Lin Xian no longer paid any attention to the other party. Instead, he looked directly at Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. Since when did a first-layer saint dare to be so arrogant in front of him? One had to know that his identity was extremely unusual. Didn't the 9 Netherbird clans' young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace all want to follow him? A first-layer saint was no different from an ant in front of him, but now an ant dared to challenge him. It seemed like it was time for him to show his true strength. He waved his hand, stopping the short-haired youth, and said, "Come back." As he spoke, he stood up. As he stood up, the short-haired youth was stunned. But soon he revealed a cold smile. "Kid, let my young master fight. You're dead meat." The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Was young Master Lay really going to fight? The eldest young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace's people were also shocked. It seemed like young Master Lay was really angry. "Very well, kid. You've successfully angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lei Qianzhong walked out and coldly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also stood up and walked forward. His lips curled up into a cold smile. "You really dare to come out and fight? You really surprised me. Before, when an expert challenged you, you said that it wasn't convenient for you to fight and that you didn't want to. Why are you willing to fight now?" "This means that it wasn't convenient for you to fight, but that you were afraid and didn't dare to fight. Then what's wrong with me calling you a coward?" When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The black, cloaked man's expression became very interesting. Very interesting. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, the opponent actually set up a trap. The others discussed crazily. Indeed, before, Lei Qianzhong was unwilling to fight even if he was beaten to death. Now he actually wanted to fight. Didn't this mean that Lei Qianzhong was afraid of the black, cloaked man? Even the eldest young masters, people were shocked. Who was this black, cloaked man? Could he really make Lei Qianzhong afraid? What a sharp-tongued brat. I wonder if you'll still be so eloquent when I torture you and make you wish you were dead. Lei Qianzhong's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. He was really angry. He must tear this despicable kid in front of him into pieces. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of thunder flew out like a real dragon, whistling in the sky. This time, the Tao of heaven and earth was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy everything, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Heavens, this young Master Lei is really strong. They thought that he had an undeserved reputation. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The surrounding saints were about to go crazy from fear. This casual attack was even more terrifying than the attack from the skyward bow. This young Master Lei is definitely not simple. "Humph! You dare to slander our young master? Die obediently." At the back, the short-haired youth and the others sneered. They were very confident in their young master. Lin Xian also revealed a look of astonishment. This time it was much more powerful than when he had clashed with the other party on 9 Dragon Mountain. It seems like the opponent didn't use his full strength before. "That's fine, I'll play with him." With a roar, a golden fist smashed out, carrying an unparalleled aura. Boom! The fist smashed into the finger light, emitting a brilliant light. The 2 Taos of heaven and earth clashed in the sky, tearing the 9 heavens apart and creating countless black holes. Then they both dissipated. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Is this all you've got? It's only SO. It doesn't match your status at all. Could it be that you're just an undeserved reputation?" Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with this person? This saint of the first heaven actually had such strength. Chapter 35:11. They were all going crazy. This was too unbelievable. Lei Qianzhong was also going crazy. How could his opponent block his attack? He was a genius and had no problem fighting above his level. Moreover, he didn't put anyone in this star field in his eyes. But now, there was someone with a lower cultivation than him who could block his attack. In an instant, he recalled that on 9 Dragon Mountain, there was someone who had provoked him. That person was also a first celestial layer ant. Now, another first layer ant had appeared. Damn it! How could there be so many heaven-defying geniuses? Or was there some kind of relationship between the two of them? Lightning flashed in Lei Qianzhong's eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Lin Fan. Lin Xian sneered. "Stop looking. You can't beat me. You only blocked one of my attacks. What's there to be arrogant about?" Lei Qianzhong formed a seal with his fingers, and the law of thunder spread out from his body, forming a pair of thunder wings. After opening, it was like a heavenly blade of thunder. It instantly cut open the sky and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and quickly charged over. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, and their battle shook the heavens and the earth. Evenly matched. Damn it, how could this be? They were evenly matched? Everyone went crazy, especially those on the eldest young master's side. They were very confident in Lei Qianzhong, but now he couldn't even handle a first-layer saint. This made them wonder if he was really a genius. However, they only had doubts. No one dared to say anything because they could tell from the shock waves and the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Fan was indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. It wasn't that Lei Qianzhong was weak, but that Lin Xian was too strange. A first-layer saint with such strength was unheard of. Damn brat, you've really angered me. Die! Lei Qianzhong roared. Thunder fire sky slice. A terrifying grand Tao pulsed. The thunder fire turned into a blade of ice and fire that slashed forward. A murderous aura quickly spread out between heaven and earth. Wang! Lin Xian raised his hand and sent out the 5-star alignment. It was like a Tao diagram that spun between heaven and earth. A sonorous sound rang out. Thunderstorm. Lei Qianzhong's attack came again, and it exploded once more. This time, the boundless thunder was smashed apart. The energy of the ocean was able to tear everything apart. The bodies of those level 2 saints trembled violently, because they realized that under this power they seemed to be unable to resist at all. Sure enough, the 5-star alignment was torn apart in an instant. The eldest young masters sighed, cried out in surprise. This is great. Let's see how this brat will die. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a violent power of thunder. His palms kept moving, and one golden mountain after another flew out of his hands. Hundreds of thousands of golden mountains kept jumping up and down in the sky. They soared into the clouds like 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, blocking all the violent, destructive power. Thunder art. The destructive power of thunder was blocked. But Lei Qianzhong didn't stop. Instead, he attacked again. The thunder saber in his hand turned into a thunder spear as he thrust it forward. There was a rumble between heaven and earth, and a hole was pierced through the 100,000 mountains. The thunder spear pierced through everything and pierced towards Lin Xian. This was a fatal blow. Everyone was nervous. Even Meng Meng's heart was beating wildly. On the other side, the man in the black cape narrowed his eyes and watched everything with a mysterious gaze. He wondered how Chen Fan was going to block it. Facing this attack, Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he let out a roar, and his body suddenly burst out with an unparalleled light. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. With a long roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. He reached out his hand, and countless laws gathered to form a dragon diagram. Then he slammed his hand down. He slammed it towards the thunder spear. What? He was going to block it with his bare hands? Everyone was going crazy. They were afraid that no one below the level 3 saint could block this spear. Humph, he was courting death. Lei Qianzhue sneered. In his opinion, Chen Fan was going to die after this attack. An earth-shattering collision. Sound rang out. Long Tu's large palm collided with the lightning spear, emitting a world-destroying energy fluctuation. Then, something terrifying happened. Such a powerful spear didn't pierce through Chen Fan's hand. Instead, it cracked under the force of the dragon diagram. Then it shattered. How was that possible? What a violent energy! Was he still human? Screams and screams filled the air. Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The eldest young master was dumbfounded. Dreamy, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for the man in the black cloak, his eyes were incomparably bright. He stared at Lin Xian as if he wanted to see through him. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Your strength is really not enough. I really don't know how you managed to fool the lord of the 9 Netherbird clan. Since I have seen through your true strength, you should get out of my sight. Ah! Everyone's scalp tingled, especially those who knew Lei Qianzhue's identity. Who was this man? How could he be so powerful? Many people even wondered if this man was the successor of the legendary great emperor Yen Nantian, because only the successor of a great emperor would be able to contend against such an exceptional genius with such a cultivation base. However, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace knew that it couldn't be Yen Nantian because Yen Nantian had been killed. Damn it, I'm so pissed. Lei Qianjue was so angry that his body trembled. At this moment, the black cloak to the side also opened his mouth. Lei Qianzhong, you are truly pitifully weak. To think that I wanted to fight with you. But now, it seems like you can't even withstand a single attack from me. I really don't know how you got your status. Damn it. Yuan Ma, don't be so arrogant. And you, kid, do you really think that this is my true strength? If I didn't seal my cultivation, I would have killed you with one attack. Let me tell you, my true strength is that of a third heaven sage. What? A third heaven sage? Everyone was going crazy. They had guessed that the man in the black cape was a third heaven sage. However, they didn't have any proof. They didn't expect Lei Qianjue to be a third heaven sage. Furthermore, the other party had said it himself, so it shouldn't be fake. No wonder Lei Qianjue was so noble. He was a third heaven sage. At such a young age, his cultivation was unparalleled. That's right, kid. Our Lord Lei is a real third heaven sage. How dare you provoke him? Kneel down. Our Lord had only sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat him? You won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Lei Qianjue's companion sneered. Chapter 35:12. He had never seen a third heavenly layer cultivator at such a young age. Where did he come from? Even Yen Nantian didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, he was much older than him and Yen Nantian by a few hundred years, but he was still considered young. It seemed that he was telling the truth. No wonder the black-cloaked man wanted to fight him. It seemed that the black-cloaked man was also a third heavenly layer sage. 2 third heavenly layer sages, both less than 1,000 years old, very young. Where did this person come from? Lin Xian had never heard of such a genius before. Was it sealed? Fine, I'll undo your seal. Let me see how powerful a third heavenly layer sage is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. His blood and qi were boiling. So what if he was a third heavenly layer sage? He, Lin Xian, had never been afraid of anyone. His heart filled with pride, he decided to fight with all his might. On the other side, terrifying lightning runes appeared on Lei Qianzhong's body. They were all formed by the great Tao, especially on his forehead. It was even more terrifying. That was where the seal was located. The lightning runes on it kept flashing and were about to loosen. At that moment, a beautiful figure floated over from afar. The moment she appeared, she said coldly, "Everyone, please stop. The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. I hope you won't make a big fuss." Everyone turned to look. Fatty exclaimed, "It's Sister Yanran." That's right, it was Nine Nether Yanran. She was dressed in purple and looked like a high and mighty fairy. She stopped the two of them. Lin Xian didn't move. On the other side, Lei Qianzhong's eyes flickered and the lightning runes on his body disappeared. "Fine, I'll give you some face." He didn't make a move. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you're lucky. I won't make a move for the sake of the living fossil's birthday. But just you wait. After the birthday, I'll personally make you wish you were dead. I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Yanran stood high up in the sky and looked at the scene. She turned her gaze and stared at Lin Xian. She was extremely surprised. Previously, she had only met Lin Xian once. At that time, Fatty had said that Lin Xian was a genius, but she had seen many geniuses. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. However, he didn't expect this person to be so extraordinary that he could force Lei Qianzhong to release the seal. You knew how terrifying Lei Qianzhong was. Lei Qianzhong wasn't from their galaxy. He was a genius from the second astral boundary. The ancient starry sky path was very long, and the starfield they were in was known as the first astral boundary. This was the original location of the ancient starry sky path. If they walked further in, they would arrive at the second astral realm. The forces of the second astral world were even more terrifying, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. For example, He Bifeng and Lei Qianzhong had reached the third firmament saint realm before they were 1,000 years old. It was truly incomparably terrifying. In addition to them, there were even more terrifying existences in the second astral realm. To be honest, if a genius from the second astral realm came to the first astral realm, he would be able to crush everything. Unless it was a great successor like Yan Nantian, who had a super powerful divine ability, or a genius from the Nine Nether tribe who used a special sacred artifact, they would be able to contend against him. However, she didn't expect a first firmament saint to be able to fight Lei Qianzhong to such an extent. It was truly out of her expectations. It seemed that she would have to properly ask him who he was when she had the chance. "Kid, just you wait, you're dead." When Lei Qianzhong returned to his seat, the short-haired youth beside him threatened again. Lin Xian sneered. "I'm dead? I think you don't know what's good for you. Even your master doesn't dare to talk to me like that. How dare a lowly servant like you be so arrogant in front of me? If it wasn't for the Nine Nether tribe, you would already be a dead man. You're courting death." The short-haired youth trembled with anger. Lin Xian sneered. "What? You're not convinced and want to fight? Very well. Do you dare to leave the Nine Nether tribe with me? Let's go somewhere else and fight to the death." Once these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the short-haired youth was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would dare to say such a thing. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. To be honest, he really couldn't beat Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was able to fight Lei Qianzhong to a standstill. Although Lei Qianzhong had sealed his cultivation, he still wasn't someone he could compare to. Seeing the other party hesitate, Lin Xian snorted. "What? You don't dare? Since you don't dare, then obediently scram and shut up. Even your master doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I'll say it again. I, young Master Jialei, have sealed my cultivation. Otherwise, a third firmament saint can easily kill you." The short-haired youth retorted with a red face. When Lin Xian heard that, he laughed out loud. "How impressive! How impressive! You also know that your master is a third firmament saint. Then let me ask you, a third firmament saint can easily kill a first firmament saint. What's there to be proud of?" When he said this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the difference in strength between a first firmament saint and a third firmament saint was too great. If a third firmament saint wanted to fight, there was nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian continued, "Since there's nothing to be proud of, why do you keep talking about it? Could it be that you only have this much strength? Or do you think that a third firmament saint killing a first firmament saint and succeeding is something to be proud of? Damn it, what are you trying to say?" Lei Qianzhong's face also turned cold. Lin Xian sneered. "What am I trying to say? I want to say, don't you call yourself a genius? Don't geniuses fight those above their level? You're a third firmament saint. Why don't you kill fourth firmament and fifth firmament saints? Instead, you attack a first firmament saint? Where's your face? Also, even if you sealed your cultivation, so what? You're a second firmament saint, right? What about me? I'm a first firmament saint. There's still a gap of one firmament between us. But you still can't beat me. I really don't know what you have to be proud of. If I'm a second firmament saint, I'll kill you in seconds. People like you can't even beat those below their level, let alone fight those above their level. Are you worthy of being called a genius?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that not only was the opponent's strength shocking, but his mouth was also terrifying. Didn't he see that Lei Qianzhong was about to vomit blood? Sure enough, Lei Qianzhong's body was trembling. He was about to go crazy. To be honest, he really wanted to release the seal and kill the opponent. But in the end, he held back. "The next time we meet, I can guarantee that you'll be a dead man." After saying this, Lei Qianzhong turned and left quickly. Chapter 35:13. The eldest young master's expression turned ugly. He originally held this sparring session to show off his strength and show off his esteemed guest, Lei Qianzhong, to make everyone admire him. However, he didn't expect Lei Qianzhong to be the one to make a fool of himself. This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Damn it, it was this guy who had messed up his plans. He coldly stared at Lin Xian, then glanced at the fatty. The fatty was so scared that his entire body turned cold. "It's over. I've been targeted by the eldest young master." However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. "Fellow Taoist, aren't your words a bit too much?" the eldest young master coldly said. Lin Xian turned around. "Oh, what? You still want to save face for that trash? Don't waste your energy. I've already given them a lot of face. Otherwise, do you think he would dare to fight me at the same level?" The eldest young master's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything. He coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Same level battle? What a joke! Lei Qianzhong couldn't even defeat the eldest young master with his cultivation at the second sky. If he was at the first sky in the seal, he would probably be beaten up. Lei Qianzhong left, and so did the eldest young master. They all left in anger, because if they stayed here, they would probably go crazy from anger. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this scene. However, at this moment, someone gently clapped. "Wonderful, truly wonderful, truly wonderful. I haven't seen Big Brother so flustered and exasperated for many years. You've really opened my eyes." The one who spoke was the third young master. He was indeed very happy, because in the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird clan, only the eldest young master was above him. If the eldest young master was unlucky, he would definitely step on him. Now that someone could make the eldest young master suffer, how could he not be happy? "Brother, I sincerely invite you again. Are you interested in joining hands with me? We can create a golden era together." "Join hands with you?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "I don't think you've forgotten, right? You wanted to attack me before and even wanted to kill me. Just now, you even used your eldest young master to kill me. Do you think I'll join hands with you?" Indeed, Lin Xian was also disdainful of the third young master. This third young master was too sinister and liked to use underhanded methods. Moreover, he had joined forces with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace. Why would Lin Xian team up with them? The fact that Lin Xian didn't attack the third young master was already giving the 9 Nether clan a lot of face. However, the third young master didn't seem to know. He even said proudly, "Brother, you're wrong. There are no eternal enemies, only common interests. If we work together, we can really combine our strengths." Hearing this, Fatty tensed up. "Fuck, this OL. 3 is trying to poach me again." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Is that so? If you really want to join hands with me, it's not impossible." "But what?" "Fellow Taoist, feel free to tell me. I can definitely do it." Third young master said hurriedly. To be honest, he was a little excited right now because, from his previous performance, this Lin Xian wasn't any weaker than Lei Qianzhong. If he could recruit such a person to his side, then he would have the strength to fight against Boss. Can do anything? Isn't that a little too arrogant? Lin Xian shook his head. "Why? Are you doubting my strength?" "Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do." Third young master's eyes flashed with arrogance. He only lacked a strong assistant now. As long as he had a peerless genius by his side, he could definitely fight for the title of #1 among the younger generation of the 9 Nether clan. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "Whatever conditions you have, I won't even frown." "Is that so?" Lin Xian smiled faintly. "If you want to join hands with me, it's very simple. Get rid of all the nobodies around you. I don't need to be with these trash. Get lost." Trash! Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt like their brains were about to explode. Who are these people beside the third young master? They are the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight-Wind Palace. How terrifying are these people? They're definitely existences that can suppress an entire world. But they're actually trash in his eyes? Third young master was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. He was stunned for a moment. Beside him, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight-Wind Palace were enraged and stood up one after another. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. You want to die? They were really angry. What? You're not convinced that you're trash? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. If you're not convinced, then come out and fight. A battle to the death. When those words came out, those people on the other side almost vomited blood. Damn it, a battle to the death? What a joke! Even Lei Qianzhong couldn't beat him. How could they go up and watch? Isn't this bullying? Every one of them trembled with anger, but no one dared to accept the challenge. The scene became very strange for a moment. Many people around were speechless. They didn't know why Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. In fact, they didn't know the hatred between Lin Xian, the Dragon Valley, and the Vermilion Bird Palace. These major factions were still on the Lengya planet, preparing to capture him. How could he show mercy to the disciples of these factions? Damn kid, tell us your name if you have the guts. A sky pride from the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back, You don't have the right to know. You're courting death. The sky pride roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. Half of his face was smashed. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, If you say another word, I'll kill you without mercy. Uft! The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace vomited blood, but no one dared to speak again. The people from the Dragon Valley and Eight-Wind Palace subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the third young master's face was incomparably pale. I invited you out of goodwill, but you attacked my friends. Isn't that too much? Don't forget, no matter how powerful you are, you're still a member of the younger generation, and this is the territory of the Abysmal Tribe. Judging from your tone, are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You can't even be polite to the wise, and you want to recruit sky prides? Dream on. I admit that you're right. This is indeed the territory of the Abysmal Tribe. But so what? Can you represent the Abysmal Tribe? The third young master was stunned, and the others fell silent. Although the third young master was a sky pride of the Abysmal Tribe and had an extraordinary status, no one would believe that he could represent the Abysmal Tribe. If he said that the living fossil could definitely represent the Abysmal Tribe. Third young master? He's too far away. Even the eldest young master isn't qualified. Since you can't represent the Abysmal Tribe, then what right do you have to threaten me with the Abysmal Tribe? Maybe in 2 days the Abysmal Tribe will treat me as an important guest. At that time, you'll have to be respectful when you see me. Treat you as an important guest? Good, good, good. I'd like to see what right you have to say such big words. The third young master's face was ashen. He waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Beside him, the experts from the Dragon Valley and Eight Emperors Palace also left. Before they left, their eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The eldest young master and Lei Qianzhong left with their people, but the third young master also left with his people, and they were all angered by Lin Xian. Chapter 35:14. The surrounding people felt that it was unreal. On Gold Planet, who dared to be disrespectful to the 2 young masters of the 9 Netherbird race. But now, someone actually did it, and no one dared to refute. It was a rare sight that happened once in 1,000 years. Brother, you're awesome. Really eye-opening. Didn't you see the sullen faces of Boss and Old Three? Ha! I probably won't forget it in my life. Too satisfying. Fatty was incomparably excited. He had been bullied by these 2 since he was young. Now that he saw their sullen faces, he really felt too good. He looked at Lin Xian with stars in his eyes. "Brother, I'll follow you in the future. You're my boss." Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Aren't you afraid that your 9 Netherbird race will fight it out with me?" Fatty also laughed awkwardly. Indeed, in their 9 Netherbird race's territory, he was still the young master of the 9 Netherbird race. Now he actually had to acknowledge a boss in front of everyone. If their elders knew, they would probably slap him to death. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, "You don't have to acknowledge me as your boss. Let me ask you, do you want to be the boss of the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird race?" Hearing that, Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. "Brother, what do you mean?" Lin Xian laughed and then transmitted his voice. "What I mean is that I don't like old 3 and boss." He was indeed right. He didn't like these two because they colluded with those people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. And with today's situation, those people definitely wouldn't let it go. Perhaps they might do something. "You're saying that they will attack us?" "It can't be." Fatty's face was full of shock. Although such a thing happened today, Fatty felt that it wasn't very likely that it would be an assassination. "Then let's wait and see." Next, Lin Xian and the rest changed back. After returning, Lin Xian set up a formation. Then they hid in another formation. In the latter half of the night, suddenly, a few dark shadows appeared in the void and charged towards them. The formation that Lin Xian set up was an illusion formation. There were illusions of him, Meng Meng, and Fatty inside. At this moment, the assassins charged towards the phantom. The strength of these people was extremely terrifying. They were all saints. Their attacks were all fatal. Moreover, their weapons were smeared with poison. Pung pung pung. The 3 assassins charged towards Fatty and the others. When the daggers cut through their bodies, the 3 assassins quickly retreated. They were incomparably confident because this poison was extremely terrifying. As long as one touched it, no one would be able to survive. "What, am I right?" Hidden in another array formation, Lin Xian said faintly. Fatty's face turned extremely ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he would have already been silently killed. Damn it! Damn it! Fatty gritted his teeth. "Bro, tell me what you want me to do. I'll listen to you." Previously, the Fatty didn't think much of it. At most, he would be bullied. But now, Big Brother and Third Brother actually wanted to kill him. Fatty couldn't stand it. Since the other party has attacked us, we naturally have to fight back. However, killing the first and third young masters is too big of a target and will easily cause a commotion. This matter can wait. You can slowly deal with them in the future. What I can do now is to weaken the forces around them as much as possible. You want to make a move on the people around them? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. At least half of this matter was because of the people around them. Therefore, making a move on them can be considered as revenge. But we don't have enough manpower. Can you handle it alone? Lin Xian said, "No problem. However, I still need your help. Fantasy, and I will create a clone. Then you will bring our clones to visit 9 Nether Yenran. Dream's true body, and I will go kill those people. This way, even if those people suspect us in the future, 9 Nether Yenran will be our alibi, and we will be safe." All right. Fatty's eyes lit up. This time he was going to do something big. Next, Lin Xian and Fantasy each created a clone. Fatty brought the 2 clones to 9 Nether Yenran's residence. Lin Xian and Fantasy's true bodies were hidden in the void. They were going to carry out an assassination. Fantasy would go to Third Young Master's residence and assassinate the Vermilion Bird Palace experts around him. As for Lin Xian, he was going to make a move on First Young Master's side. This time it was an assassination. Therefore, they would take action very quickly. If they failed, they would retreat far away. In the hall, 9 Nether Yenran held a jade slip in her hand. Her exquisite face was filled with seriousness. Outside, a maid quickly walked in. "Miss, 6th Young Master is outside. He wants to see you." 6th Young Master? 9 Nether Yenran stopped what she was doing and looked up. She asked just him, The maid said, "No, other than sixth young master. His two companions are also with him. Quickly ask them to come in." 9 Nether Yinran stood up. She was originally very interested in Lin Xian and wanted to find a chance to probe him. She didn't expect sixth young master to bring people here. This would save her a lot of trouble. She had to meet this mysterious young genius. "Sixth young master, please come with me. Sister Yinran wants to see you." The maid outside smiled. "Good." Fatty also smiled. He quickly walked in with Lin Xian and Fantasy's clone. On the other side, in First Young Master's residence, First Young Master had originally prepared a banquet to celebrate. However, everyone was no longer in the mood. After Lei Qianzhong returned, he went into seclusion and didn't come out. He looked very angry. First Young Master went to invite him a few times, but to no avail. He could only give up. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley experts all had ugly expressions. "Damn it, it's all because of that despicable brat. Not only did he dare to offend young Master Lei, he even dared to provoke us. I really want to find a chance to kill him. Don't worry, we've already returned and said that we succeeded. That kind of poison can definitely kill them. That's natural. This poison was brought from the second astral realm. Even a third heaven saint wouldn't be able to resist it." Everyone sneered. First Young Master said, "All right, there are many things to do today. Everyone rest early." With that he left. Those people also returned to their own rooms, either to cultivate or rest. The night gradually quieted down. However, they didn't know that in the sky, a figure stood there like a demon, coldly looking down. "Poison from the second astral realm. Humph. So it was you who did it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." A cold, murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He already had a grudge with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the other major forces. Now that they attacked him again, Lin Xian's heart was filled with killing intent. Whoosh! A black aura rose from his body. It was demonic qi. At this moment, Lin Xian directly transformed into a demon. He also pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. His face was covered. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Chapter 35:15. The palace below was filled with a fire array. Countless flames formed a vermilion bird that coiled around a man. It was extremely mysterious. This was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was currently cultivating. Buzz! Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a trace of fear. He then looked around, but there was no one. He did not detect anything, but his heart was trembling uneasily. It was as if some danger was approaching. Was it an illusion? The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned and carefully sensed for a while, but he did not sense anything. He stared at his eyes again and turned his palms towards the sky, preparing to cultivate. Poof! Suddenly, a black spear came out of his heart, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace opened his eyes wide in disbelief. There was someone. There was indeed someone. But who was it? Why did he not sense it? He wanted to turn his head, but he did not even have the strength to do so. This attack caused his strength and vitality to rapidly drain away. His head only managed to turn halfway before he fell to the ground. His soul was instantly stared to death. The first one. The demonic figure withdrew the Great Destruction Spear. His eyes flashed with a golden light, and a cold aura tore through the void and disappeared. This was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Lin Xian was like a ghost, appearing in every palace. Every time he attacked, it was a fatal blow. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything, and the heavenly secret god I destroyed the opponent's soul. He was like the Grim Reaper in the darkness. In the end, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Palace, Dragon Valley, and other experts around the eldest young master were all killed. Throughout the entire process, these people did not resist at all. Buzz! After dealing with the last one, Lin Xian left completely. On the other side, Fantasy had also returned. How is it? Lin Xian asked. Fantasy nodded. It was all settled without anyone knowing. All right, let's go back. Lin Xian and Fantasy God, I turned around and returned. In another palace, the fatty looked at the time and felt that it was about time. So he returned from 9, Nether Yenron's place. Who is this guy? 9, Nether Yenron's little face was a little gloomy. Until now, she still hadn't found out the other party's identity. She planned to wait for 2 days and find an opportunity to try again. The next day, there was only 1 day left before the living fossil's birthday banquet. The eldest young lord opened his eyes, recovering from his cultivation. He was going to look for Lei Qianzhong again, as he would need to rely on him in the future. This time he didn't plan to go alone. He planned to bring the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace with him. Thinking about it, Lei Qianzhong shouldn't be able to refuse to meet them. Someone, please invite the geniuses out. His subordinates hurried over, but soon they heard screams. Eldest young master, this is bad. These people were scared shitless. The eldest young master's face sank. What was going on that made him so flustered? He was already in a bad mood, and the way his subordinates were behaving made him even more dissatisfied. He had to calm himself down first. The eldest young master took a sip of spirit tea. After a while he asked, "Speak, what is it?" That subordinate was sweating profusely from anxiety, but in front of the eldest young master, he did not dare to be impudent at all. After the eldest young master spoke, he said, "Young master, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead." What? The eldest young master stood up abruptly, the spirit tea in his hand shattered. Not only that, the ground under his feet and the space behind him were also crumbling. It was a scene of apocalypse. The subordinate was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling. The eldest young master lifted him up. "What did you say? Say it again." "The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead. Moreover, the experts from the 8-Wind Palace in Dragon Valley were all killed." "How is this possible?" The eldest young master's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe his ears. The geniuses he recruited were all dead. Impossible. He threw his subordinate to the side, turned into a streak of light, and rushed into the distance. Greetings to the eldest young master. In the distant palace, there were already many guards waiting. When they saw the streak of light, the guards bowed respectfully. The eldest young master ignored them and walked straight into the palace. In the next moment, he felt like he was struck by lightning. The person lying on the ground in front of him was a man. The vermilion bird totem on his body had dimmed, but he could recognize him at a glance. He was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Was he really dead? That was a saint. It was not an easy task to kill a saint completely. He went forward to check carefully. Then his body turned even colder. He was indeed dead, and he was thoroughly dead. There was no possibility of him being revived. There was only one fatal wound. The person's heart was pierced by a sharp weapon. The eldest young master sensed carefully. He felt a trace of extremely terrifying aura. Was that demonic chi? He frowned, turned around, and ran toward the second palace. In the end, he found the same scene. An expert from the 8-Wind Palace had his heart pierced, leaving behind a trace of demonic chi. The third, the fourth, all of them died in the same way. Their hearts were pierced in an instant. But how was this possible? Their hearts were pierced? They could be revived even if they were killed. But now these saints were all killed. Then this attack wasn't an ordinary one that pierced the heart. It was a killing blow that wiped out all of their vitality, soul, and blood essence. What kind of attack was this? The eldest young master felt his scalp go numb. Ordinary saints couldn't do it, unless it was a minor saint who attacked. The eldest young master felt a lingering fear. If that person wanted to attack him, would he be able to survive? He didn't know. Suddenly he thought of something. Lei Qianzhong. He didn't care about anything else and quickly rushed to where Lei Qianzhong was. When he found out that Lei Qianzhong was fine and was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. "Someone, investigate this matter for me." Investigate thoroughly. Who dared to attack him here? He must be torn into pieces. The eldest young master was furious. His subordinates quickly went to investigate. The news spread out. The third young master was the first to receive the news. When he received this news, he instantly became happy. Someone was going to target boss. Then was this his chance? He needed to find someone to discuss this matter. However, when he found those geniuses, he was stunned. Those geniuses under him were all dead. Corpses from the Eight-Wind Palace, Vermilion Bird Palace, and Dragon Valley all had their foreheads split open. Arg! The third young master roared like a wild beast. Damn it, check it out for me. He no longer had the mood to laugh because he suffered the same fate as the eldest young master. So many geniuses died here. They were killed in an instant. This was like an earthquake. Chapter 35:16. This was no longer a matter between the two young masters, but the elders of the Paul Netherbird clan. The powerhouses moved out one after another, completely sealing off the golden fire plains. Someone dared to make a move in their territory, regardless of who it was. Once they found the culprit, they would kill him. For a moment, the undercurrents in Alchemy Valley surged, and the powerhouses inside went crazy. They were all guessing which ruthless person dared to do such a thing under the nose of the Paul Netherbird clan. Was he not afraid of being found out? However, after searching for a long time, they did not find the culprit, not even a suspicious person. That was even more shocking. That was impossible. Could it be that he had already left? Everyone guessed. First young master, third young master, and the others gritted their teeth because they thought of someone. Damn it, it can't be that kid, right? I'll go find sixth young master. They moved out one after another, heading towards the palace where the fatty was. Soon, they arrived at the palace where the fatty was and surrounded it. What was going on? The others also followed. When they saw this scene, they did not understand what was going on. Someone immediately guessed that it could not be that kid who did it, right? Are you talking about the young prodigy who shouted at Lei Qianzhou? They sucked in a breath of cold air and thought of Lin Xian. That was impossible. However, some people did not dare to believe it. Was the other party really that bold? We'll know when we see it. The truth will come out soon. Sixth young master, get out here. First young master roared, shaking heaven and earth. In the palace, the fatty's expression was anxious. It's over. They still came to find us. Could it be that we've been exposed? Lin Xian said, Don't worry, we definitely won't be exposed. Don't be nervous. The fatty nodded, took a deep breath, and then deactivated the array formation. Big brother, why are there so many of you here? What happened? What happened? First young master was furious when he heard that. How dare you play dumb in front of me? Tell that kid beside you to come out. Come out. Yes, that's right. Tell him to come out and die. Third young master also shouted coldly, his eyes filled with incomparable killing intent. What? Why are you looking for me? Before the fatty could say anything, Lin Xian walked out and looked around coldly. I embarrassed you yesterday and you're here to take revenge? This is in front of everyone. Don't you care about your family's reputation at all? Brat, stop pretending. It's not because of yesterday's provocation. It's because someone went to my palace last night and killed all the geniuses I invited. That's right, I invited the geniuses, but they were all killed. They're all geniuses from top forces. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Third young master gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me that the person you invited was killed? You dare to say that you didn't kill him? What a joke. Do you have any evidence? Lin Xian's face darkened as he knew that he couldn't speak carelessly. You too have lost experts. But why are you looking for me? Is it just because I've gone against you? What a joke. Then let me ask you, who are the people who died? Naturally, they were the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolation Palace. The eldest young master harumphed coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed even harder. You should know that these are all top geniuses. Those forces aren't any weaker than the Juyo family, right? I'm out of my mind. Go kill them. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I killed them? Could it be that you think my strength is so terrifying that I can kill so many experts silently? As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd started to discuss. Indeed, in a one-on-one fight, those people might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, it was also impossible for Lin Xian to kill them silently with one move. What was even more strange was that among them, they were all killed with one move. They didn't even have a chance to resist or call for help. This wasn't something a first heaven saint could do. It was at least a small saint, or very likely a holy venerable. Who knows if it's you? Your cultivation is so low, but your combat strength is so strong. It's very suspicious. That's right. Although there's no concrete evidence now, as long as we capture you and interrogate you, we'll definitely find out. I think it's better to collect your soul. The first and third young masters walked up, their eyes filled with killing intent. Soul search. Everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. Fatty was also unhappy. Big brother, third brother, aren't you going too far? Old Six, do you have the right to speak? Get lost. The first and third young masters roared. Fatty was so angry that his whole body trembled. Fuck, I'm going all out. I have to support Lin Xian now, he shouted coldly. When did your people die? Of course, it was last night. Be more specific. After midnight. Old Six, you can't protect him at all. Don't try to cover up the murder. Otherwise, you'll end up very badly. The first young master's face was incomparably cold. Fatty clenched his teeth and said, If it happened last night, then it wasn't my brother who did it, because at that time my brother and I were chatting with Sister Yanran. What? As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The first and third young masters were also stunned. Chatting with Yanran of Nine Nether? How could it be? Old Six, if you want to talk nonsense, don't blame me for breaking your legs. How can I talk nonsense about such an important matter? Fatty gritted his teeth and said to the servant beside him, Quickly go and invite Sister Yanran over. No need, I'm already here. A cold voice came from afar. Then a beauty in purple walked over. Sister Yanran, you have to help me. Fatty said with an aggrieved face. Nine Nether Yanran looked at Fatty, then looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Then she turned around and stared at the first and third young masters. She frowned and said, I've heard about what happened between the two of you, but this time you're too arbitrary. You're arresting people without concrete evidence. This isn't the style of our Nine Nether clan. Yanran, are you going to protect him? The first young master asked coldly. Nine Nether Yanran said, I'm not protecting him. I'm just telling everyone the truth. Last night, I was indeed chatting with sixth young Master Xian and Miss Ming. I can guarantee this with my status. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the other party to have such an obvious alibi. But thinking about it, a first heaven sage wouldn't be able to do this no matter how powerful he was. The first and third young masters were obviously trying to find someone to take the blame. Sure enough, when the first and third young masters heard Nine Nether Yenron's words, their faces became extremely ugly. They weren't sure that the other party was the culprit, but they couldn't do so anymore. They had to find someone to give the Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace an explanation. Otherwise, when those experts came, they wouldn't be able to explain. Now that it was impossible to make Old Six and Lin Xian take the blame, they had to find another way. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. However, Lin Xian spoke up at that moment. Everyone froze and turned around. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. Chapter 35:17. You're so aggressive, using your status to oppress me. And you want to leave just like that? It can't be that simple. What is this kid talking about? Everyone was stunned. Even Fatty was stunned. Fuck, it wasn't easy to send his two brothers away. But now he dared to make a request? Fatty felt like he was going crazy. Even Yenran of 9 Nether was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so bold. What do you want? Do you want us to apologize? Eldest young master said coldly. That's right, they should apologize. You did something wrong, so shouldn't you apologize? Moreover, you should apologize. Both of you give me a sage artifact each, and then sincerely apologize. I can forgive you this once. Fuck! What is he talking about? Asking the 2 young masters to apologize and give them 2 sage artifacts? Fuck, is this kid crazy? The surrounding people felt like they were going crazy. 3rd young master and eldest young master couldn't believe their ears. They were so angry that they laughed. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Now, all the experts and geniuses from all over the universe were here. This was a great opportunity for the 9 Nether tribe. But now, someone actually dared to ruin the reputation of the 9 Nether tribe. If this spread to all over the universe, the loss wouldn't just be an apology. How simple would that be? Fuck! Kid, how dare you threaten me? 3rd young master roared. Eldest young master's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Yenran frowned. The other party was right. If this continued, the 9 Nether tribe would be the one losing face. So, she looked at eldest young master and 3rd young master. You 2 did wrong. You framed others before getting the evidence. I also think you should apologize. What? Eldest young master and 3rd young master were stunned. Yenran also wanted them to apologize. What was going on? Yenran, who are we? Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of our apology? The 2 companies were proud. Yenran said, It's because of our special status that we should apologize. We should be humble. Only by being flexible can we lead the 9 Nether tribe in the future. This was what the ancestors said. Are you not going to listen to the old ancestors' lesson? Once this was said, the 1st and 3rd young masters couldn't remain calm. They could ignore other people, but they couldn't ignore the old ancestor. The reason for that was because they had put forth a great deal of effort in order to gain the favor of their old ancestor. If they were to go against their old ancestor now, they would not be able to do anything. In that case, their fates would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, in order to please the old ancestor, the 2 of them had to apologize. They took a deep breath and said with great reluctance. The 2 of them cupped their fists and said, This time we were rash and did not investigate thoroughly. Please forgive us. The surrounding people couldn't believe their eyes. Tianya, these 2 young masters actually apologized. Lin Xian crossed his arms and nodded slightly. For the sake of your ancestor, I won't pursue the matter this time. However, he couldn't afford to lose 2 saint artifacts. He even wanted a saint artifact. The faces of the 2 young masters turned green. Damn it, they didn't even have a saint artifact in their hands, and they were going to give it to the other party? What a joke! At this time, 9 Nether Yenran also said, Young master, saint artifacts are too unusual, and this was just a misunderstanding. It didn't cause much damage. How about this? I'll let the 2 of them compensate you with a half-saint artifact each. How about that? All right. For the sake of the fairy, I'll reluctantly agree. Lin Xian nodded again. However, he smiled in his heart. 2 half-saint artifacts were not bad. Moreover, they were refined by the 9 Nether clan, so their power was extraordinary. Damn it. The 2 young masters took out 2 half-saint artifacts reluctantly and threw them over. Then, they left with dark faces and murderous auras. Lin Xian smiled and put away the 2 half-saint artifacts. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he invited 9 Nether Yenran in. The disturbance outside continued, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian anymore. Now, no one dared to suspect him. Moreover, the disturbance quickly subsided because the birthday of the living fossil had finally arrived. This day was incomparably lively. It was probably the busiest day in the entire Alchemy Valley in the past 1,000 years. On the plain, a huge sky palace floated up and down. It was a saint artifact refined by the old ancestor. At this moment, The birthday banquet was going on inside. Of course, those who could enter were not ordinary people. Those who were weaker could only stay outside. They didn't even have the right to enter the Sky Palace. The seats inside were also carefully arranged. There would not be any mistakes. Among them, there were the older generation. Among the younger generation, Lei Qianzhong's position was the highest. The first young master accompanied him. Originally, there were seats for the Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace's geniuses. However, there was no need for them now. Under the first young master was the third young master and the geniuses around him. The fatty was further away, even closer to the main hall's entrance. One could imagine that his position in the family was not very high. Why didn't I see 9 Nether? Yanran. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He thought that 9 Nether Yanran's position should be higher than the first young master's. The fatty explained, Sister Yanran must be with the old ancestor. Sure enough, after everyone sat down, a group of people walked out of the main hall. At the front was an old man. His white hair reached his ankles. He wore a loose red robe. At first glance, he gave off an immortal aura. He was the living fossil of the 9 Nether clan. To the left of the 9 Nether clan's old ancestor stood a beautiful woman. She was 9 Nether Yenran. At this moment, she was supporting the old ancestor as they slowly walked over. 9 Nether Yenran was even more beautiful today. She was still wearing a purple dress, but it was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. She gave off an otherworldly aura. Behind her was a group of elders and experts. They were all important figures of the 9 Nether clan. Normally, they were also people of high status. However, this time no one looked at them. Instead, they were all looking at the figure at the front. It was the 9 Nether clan's old ancestor. The 9 Nether clan's old ancestor was very calm. It was as if he didn't care about anyone present. He walked slowly, but every step he took was very steady. Finally, he came to the north and sat down slowly. After seeing the old ancestor, the 9 Nether clan's martial artists bowed respectfully. The other experts also congratulated the old ancestor. Good, good, good. You don't have to be so polite. The old ancestor of the 9 Nether clan waited for everyone to finish bowing before he smiled. With a wave of his hand, everyone felt an invisible force holding their bodies back. Thank you for traveling thousands of miles and crossing worlds to come here. Yanran is here to toast everyone on behalf of the old ancestor. 9 Nether Yanran was the first to stand up. She took the spiritual wine and bowed slightly to everyone. Then she drank it in one gulp. Fairy Yanran is too polite. It is our fortune to be able to attend the old ancestor's birthday banquet. Chapter 35:18. The birthday banquet began, and everyone was ready to present their treasures. Everyone's faces were glowing. The 9 Netherbird clan hoped to be valued by the Grand Elder. That way, they might be able to take over the 9 Netherbird clan in the future. As for the outsiders, they hoped to have a chance to meet the Grand Elder alone. It was said that this way they could ask the Grand Elder a question. Everyone was excited, especially the first prince and third prince. They were the 2 most likely candidates to compete. Among the outsiders, Lei Qianzhong was probably the most powerful. Lin Xian looked at the living fossil curiously. He was very confident in presenting his treasures. This was because he felt that no one could make a living fossil more excited than him when he saw a treasure. Buzz! As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the living fossil in front of him turned his eyes and looked over. It was a short meeting. Lin Xian felt that the other party's eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of time. Those eyes were like the sun, moon, and stars. His soul was almost lost in them. However, they returned to normal in an instant. The 9 Netherbird clan's Grand Elder was stunned and quickly retracted his gaze. He was still expressionless, but in his heart he was very surprised. Who was this young man? It was hard to believe that he wasn't affected by him. That person was standing next to the fatty. If he was standing next to the first prince or third prince, the living fossil wouldn't be surprised because those two were the most outstanding of the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird clan. However, the fatty wasn't considered outstanding in the clan. How did he manage to recruit such a person? He was very curious. He looked at Lin Xian again and saw that Lin Xian was very calm. It was as if he wasn't affected by the atmosphere at all. On the other hand, the saints around them were all excited. What a strange young man. The great supreme elder was astonished. The fatty didn't know that Lin Xian was being watched by their grand elder. He said anxiously, "Brother, do you think my 3,000 ancestral green gold will work?" Lin Xian smiled. "Sure, no problem. Even if it can't be compared to your 2 brothers, it won't fall behind." "That's right." Fatty nodded. Indeed, this was a material for crafting saint artifacts. At this moment, the eldest young master stood up. Everyone looked over. It seemed like the eldest young master wanted to see the treasure. What kind of treasure is this young master going to find? With eldest young master status and wealth, that treasure definitely wouldn't be bad. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. They were all very curious. The eldest young master said with a smile, "Grandson wishes old ancestor good fortune, as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. Thanks to the great fortune of the old ancestor, I managed to obtain a bunch of treasures by chance." It was a blue sky painting. Someone had found it on the stone wall of the ancient cavern. It was said that an ancient holy venerate left it behind while cultivating. It was very useful for comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. This grandson is willing to offer it to the old ancestor. The crowd was in an uproar. The blue sky picture was left behind by the holy sage. This was a heaven-shaking treasure. Everyone was going crazy. They didn't expect that the eldest young master would take out such a precious treasure right off the bat. The faces of the 9 Nether Tribes youngsters instantly darkened. Damn it, they were suppressed by their boss again. They reckoned that no one could compete with him. Initially, they were full of confidence and thought that their treasures were very good. However, when their boss took out the blue sky picture, everyone gave up. Who could compete with the treasure left behind by the holy sage? The fatty also sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy shit, was he on steroids? Where did he get such a thing? The eldest young master revealed a satisfied smile. Not to mention the old ancestor's attitude. Just the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding people made him very happy. He wanted to be the center of attention. Humph, a bunch of trash. How dare you compete with me? Looking at the people in the tribe, the eldest young master was even more disdainful. This time, he would definitely be able to secure his position as the young clan leader. The 3rd young master's face also changed. Initially, he was quite confident in his own gift. However, he didn't expect the eldest young master's gift to be so precious. In this case, he wasn't very confident anymore. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Therefore, the 3rd young master also stood up and said quickly, "Old ancestor, I also got a treasure." Buzz. He flipped his palm, and an apple-sized gem appeared. The gem was crystal clear. It was red for a while, then blue for a while. When it was red, it had a scorching aura. When it was blue, it had a cold aura. What a magical gem. It must be a mutated divine crystal. The surrounding people were surprised. However, some of the older generation exclaimed, "What is this? Could it be that thing?" They were extremely excited. That's right. I think some of the elders and seniors have already guessed it. The 3rd young master smiled. It was that thing. It wasn't an immortal state, but a monster core. It was the inner core of a monster saint. This monster saint's cultivation was only at the 2nd heaven of the sage realm. However, he was an extremely rare ice-fire beast. What? The inner core of an ice-fire beast? Everyone exclaimed again. The ice-fire beast was a monster beast of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was extremely rare and was almost extinct. Its inner core was very magical. It contained both the great Tao of ice and fire. Moreover, It wasn't the ordinary great Tao of ice and fire. It was a great Tao that could perfectly merge. It could be said that the inner core of an ice-fire beast was extremely precious, especially a sage-level one. This treasure was also extremely amazing. The third young master smiled when he saw the crowd exclaim in admiration. The first young master frowned slightly. The item that the third young master took out was also not simple. However, he was more confident in his blue sky painting. The other members of the 9 Netherbird clan became very bitter. Damn, is the first young master and third young master on steroids? The treasures they took out are so powerful. Next, the others began to take out their treasures. However, those treasures would definitely be dazzling if they were taken out on a normal day. However, compared to the blue sky painting and the ice-fire beast's inner core, they were much weaker. For a moment, no one was talking about it. The first young master and the third young master had stolen the limelight. Sixth young master, why haven't you taken action yet? Don't tell me you're not prepared? The third young master glanced at the fatty. The first young master also said coldly, "Don't you care about the ancestors' birthday banquet? How is that possible? I have been meticulously preparing for the ancestors' birthday banquet." The fatty stood up and took out 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. Immediately, there was another round of exclamations. This was a material for refining divine artifacts. It was very precious. Although it was not as precious as the blue sky painting and the ice-fire beast's inner core, it was definitely ranked third. It surpassed the others' treasures. For a moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. The sixth young master was usually at the bottom. How could he be in the top 3 now? Damn it! Where did he get such precious metal? He could not afford it, even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 35:19. The item that the fatty took out was suspicious because 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold was extremely precious. Even some saints could not afford it. Now that the fatty took it out, everyone could not help but be suspicious. Even 9 Nether, Yanran was surprised. She did not expect her 6th brother to be able to take out such a treasure. It was really surprising. The third young master's expression also darkened. He had long heard that the fatty had something good, but he did not expect it to be true. He had tried to snatch it before, but failed. Now that the fatty took it out, he had stolen the limelight. Humph! He sneered. He really couldn't tell that number 6 wasn't much on normal days. He didn't expect him to be able to take out such a treasure. "I'm just curious about the origin of the treasure. Can you afford it with your wealth?" Sure enough, many people looked at the fatty suspiciously. The fatty's expression changed, but he soon calmed down. He sneered. Third brother did not need to worry about whether he could afford it or not. But if you have doubts, you can investigate it. I have a very honorable background. I'm not afraid of you investigating. Humph! The third young master snorted. The others did not say anything. Since the fatty acted like this, there should be no problem. Many people from the 9 Nether tribe were shocked, and their faces were filled with jealousy. It was fine if they could not compete with the eldest and third young masters, but now they could not even compete with the 6th brother? Once the people of the 9 Underworlds clan offered up their treasures, they would become outsiders. Many of them offered many treasures, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, the most eye-catching one was Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong took out a jade bottle and said loudly, "This is an elixir, an ancient elixir. I got it from an ancient cavern. I don't know the name of the elixir, but I named it the longevity elixir because this elixir can increase one's lifespan by 50 years. What? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. The living fossil supreme elder opened his eyes abruptly, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. Previously, neither the blue sky illustration nor the ice-fire inner core attracted the living fossil's attention. Although these treasures were good, the living fossil had seen too many treasures in his life. Especially at his status, treasures were no longer what he pursued. What he pursued was power and life. However, at his level of cultivation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to advance any further. It was very common for him to be trapped for hundreds or thousands of years without being able to advance any further. And there was another thing that made him very anxious, because he didn't have much time left. If he still couldn't make a breakthrough, he would most likely die. By then, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. But now, someone actually took out a pill that could increase his lifespan by 50 years, which made him go wild with joy. The others were even more envious. Medicinal pills that could increase one's life were the most precious. They could only be envious because they knew that this pill was for living fossils. As expected, Lei Qianzhong smiled and looked at the living fossil. This is a small gift from Junior. I hope Senior will accept it. Good, good, good. Lei Qianzhong finally laughed. He said, Yanran, if that's the case, then take it. Yanran of 9 Nether's face was also filled with excitement. She carefully received the elixir pills from young Master Lei and bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Then he turned around and came to the living fossil's side and took the jade bottle. The living fossil's hands were trembling. After receiving it, he immediately probed with his soul. Then he laughed excitedly. It was indeed a miraculous elixir. There were even more screams in the surroundings. They knew that there was probably no other item that could be more valuable than this. It seemed that Lei Qianzhong could make a request to the living fossil. As for what it was, they were even more curious. With Lei Qianzhong's status and strength, what kind of request could he make? The eldest young master also revealed a proud smile because he was the one who invited Lei Qianzhong. The third young master's face darkened. They also took out many treasures, but none of them could compare to this life elixir. Wow, the fatty's eyes widened. Damn, this is really an eye-opener. He was already very satisfied with his performance this time. Although he didn't get first place, he was still in the top 3. Thinking about it, after this birthday banquet, his identity and status would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Brother, I really have to thank you this time. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. If I don't do anything, I'm not human. Don't say that I really do have something. Didn't you guys say that someone could make a request to the living flower stone? I'm going to make a request to your old ancestor. What? The fatty was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. He said, Brother, stop joking. Although the rumor was true, this opportunity was too rare. Everyone wanted to fight for it, especially now that Lei Qianzhong took out a life elixir. No one could compare to it. Why don't you just give something casually? In the fatty's opinion, it was useless no matter what Lin Xian gave. Since that was the case, he shouldn't waste the treasure. That might not be the case. I'm determined to get this spot. Just watch. After saying that, he stood up. I also have a treasure to give to the Grand Elder. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the hall. Countless people looked over. It's him. It's actually this kid. They recognized Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the one who provoked Lei Qianzhong. In the end, he forced the first and third young masters to leave. It could be said that he won the attention of countless people. This guy's identity was definitely not ordinary. What kind of treasure could he give? It's useless, no matter how good his gift was. Could it be better than the life elixir? That's right. This guy must be here for the spot. But now it seems impossible. Humph. Lei Qianzhong also glanced at Lin Xian, revealing a cold smile. Competing with him in terms of treasures? The difference was too great. Previously, during the competition, he was suppressed by Lin Xian. Now he could finally get back at Lin Xian. His companion beside him sneered. Kid, I advise you not to waste your energy. No matter what you take out, it won't be able to compare to my young master's elixir. That's right, this spot will definitely belong to my young master. The first young master also laughed. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. What does this fellow cultivator want to give? Why don't you open our eyes? Previously, when he saw Lin Xian's performance, he was also gnashing his teeth. Now that he could suppress Lin Xian, he was naturally willing. Chapter 35:20. Unless it was also a longevity pill, and one with an even longer lifespan. However, this kind of longevity pill wasn't a cabbage, it was extremely precious. A single longevity pill was enough to make countless saints go crazy with envy. It wasn't easy for one to appear. How could there be a second one? They wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. The Supreme Elder didn't raise his head. He didn't even look at Lin Xian, because his gaze was locked onto the jade bottle in his hand. His attention was completely attracted by the longevity pill in his hand. Lin Xian didn't care about it at all. He said, "This treasure of mine is incredible. As long as I take it out, no one can compare to it. No one can compare to it. What a joke. Can you compare to the longevity pill? Kid, stop bragging. Take out whatever you have." The first and third young masters mocked him. Lin Xian smiled. "What I took out is really a longevity pill, and it's a 100-year longevity pill." What? Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian's voice reverberated throughout the hall. Furthermore, it was a medicinal pill that could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. How is that possible? They had thought of countless possibilities. They thought that Lin Xian was bragging, but they didn't expect him to have a longevity pill. Moreover, it was twice as old as Lei Qianzhong's. Impossible. Lei Qianzhong shook his head. How could he have a 100-year longevity pill? He had spent a lot of effort to get it, because he had two goals in coming to the first astral boundary. Firstly, he wanted to announce a big piece of news, and secondly, he had his own selfish motives. He knew that the Netherworld tribe was a family of blacksmiths, and he had a weapon crafting blueprint in his hand. He wanted the living fossil to help him craft a weapon. This weapon was extremely important to him, so he had to take out the longevity pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out such a precious pill even if he was beaten to death. Now, someone had taken out the same pill, and it was twice as effective as his. This was absolutely impossible. The first and third young master's expressions were extremely interesting. Soon, the first young master snorted. "Are you kidding me? What do you think the Netherworld tribe is? Do you think you can play around with us? Men, throw this unreasonable person out." Immediately, someone walked over to them. This change was too sudden. Everyone didn't even have time to react. Lin Xian sneered. "What? You want to throw me out? Sure, go ahead. However, you old men will lose 100 years of your lifespan. Can you bear the consequences?" The first young master of the Young Zest Impossibles, a longevity, Pill Zest TS Impossibles, the young masters, Tuzes, the young master, shouted the martial artists in front hesitated. But at this time, 9 Nether sweetly shouted out, "Stop! What is this? The High Ancestor is still here. What right do you have to be so impudent?" Young Lin, the young master too, S9 Nether Yenran looked at Lin Xian. "Sir, is what you said true?" The patriarch beside her also raised his head with a look of disbelief in his eyes. A 50-year-old pill had already made him extremely excited. Now there's an extra 100 years? He felt like he was in a dream. "Of course it's true." Lin Xian asked, "I heard that whoever takes out the best treasure can make a request of the living fossil? I wonder if that's true." So this kid is planning to do that. The young masters, the crowd was shocked. "If your gift is the best, I'll agree to any of your requests." At that moment, the living fossil spoke personally. "Any request." Personally agreed. The young masters, the crowd went crazy. Lei Qianzhong's lips curled into a smile. "That's the same as saying to me." Moreover, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could take out something better than his longevity pill. "All right, Grand Elder, take a look at this." Lin Xian flipped his hand and took out a jade box. The jade box was half the size of a palm and emitted a dim light. Lin Xian slowly opened the jade box. Inside the jade box was a pill the size of a longan, surrounded by countless runes of the Great Tao. A rich pill fragrance quickly wafted out. The people around them were immediately intoxicated when they smelled it. This is Their eyes widened as they felt an incredible change in their bodies. I call it the super longevity pill. It can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Another longevity pill, and it's a super longevity pill. Enough to increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Doesn't that mean it's twice as effective as the pill Lei Qianzhong gave me? Oh my heavens, where did this kid get such a good thing? The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to grab the Longan pill and carefully compare it with the pill in the jade bottle in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up. A terrifying, holy aura emanated from his body. That was the energy he couldn't suppress due to his excitement. There really is such a pill in this world. The Grand Elder was too excited again. He raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. Young master, where did you get this pill? Do you have more? I want as many as you have. The crowd was in an uproar. Looking at the reaction of the living fossil, could it be true? Could it increase one's lifespan by 100 years? This old guy is quite greedy. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in his heart, but he didn't show any expression on his face. He said, I only have one of this in my hand, and I got it from an ancient ruin. Was there only one living fossil, Sai? But it makes sense. It's such a precious item. How could there be more? Now that two of them appeared at once, it's already heaven-defying. How is that possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. Lei Qianzhong's eyes widened. He couldn't accept it. The first and third young masters were also horrified. Does he really have such a heaven-defying treasure? This time, the 9th Underworld clan had really struck it rich. Yes, no matter who comes first, the living fossil is equivalent to an extra 150 years of lifespan. The surrounding elders were also extremely envious. This kind of pill that could increase one's lifespan was incomparably tempting to anyone. It was impossible to increase one's lifespan by 150 years. Lin Xian said, this kind of thing can only be eaten once. It won't have any effect if you eat it again. The meaning of his words was obvious. The living fossil could only choose one of the two, and it was impossible to get two of these pills at the same time. The others' eyes turned red. If the living fossil chooses the 100-year pill, then Lei Qianzhong's pill will be empty. Doesn't that mean we have a chance? Thinking of this, their eyes flickered. I must find a chance to get this pill. Chapter 35:21. Ha 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 ha. Of course it's your pill that's better. The living fossil looked at Lin Xian. However, he did not hand over the 50-year lifespan pill. Even if he couldn't consume it, it would still be a great fortune for him. Lei Qianzhong's expression instantly turned ugly. Damn it, he had lost the right to enter, and it seemed like the other party wanted to take his pill. Humph. He stood up and harumphed coldly. If that's the case, please return the pill to me, Grand Elder. If he couldn't get a spot, it would be meaningless for him to give the pill. The crowd was in an uproar. Some of the 9 Nether tribe were dissatisfied and whispered what kind of stingy Mr. Lei was. How could he take back the pill he gave away? Wasn't this too laughable? What did you say? Lei Qianzhong's eyes lit up. Do you know what it means to increase my lifespan? Does the 9 Nether tribe dare to touch my things? Let me tell you, I'm from the 2nd astral realm. The 2nd astral realm. Many people were shocked. They had already guessed the other party's identity, but they didn't expect him to be from the 2nd astral realm. Of course, there were also some who were confused. They didn't know what the 2nd astral realm was. But soon, their faces were filled with fear. I'm from the 2nd astral realm, Sky Thunder City, the disciple of the Sky Thunder Sacred King. What? The Sacred King's disciple. The person in front of them was the Sacred King's disciple. The surrounding people went crazy. No wonder he was so powerful and could reach the 3rd sky of the Sage Realm at such a young age. He was the Sacred King's disciple. Even Lin Xian was shocked. The 2nd astral realm. The Sacred King. The 2nd astral realm is the 2nd part of the ancient star path. You will go there in the future. The geniuses and experts in the 2nd astral realm are even more terrifying. It's far more powerful than the world you're in now. He Shan transmitted his voice. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that it was necessary for him to learn more about the two-star realm. Lei Qianzhong sneered when he saw the terrified gazes of the crowd. Now, do you still dare to covet my treasure? The 9 Nether Tribes members felt their scalps going numb. The Sacred King? How terrifying was that? A living Sacred King could sweep everything away. They didn't dare to provoke him. The Grand Elder also frowned and faintly said, "Young Master, you're thinking too much. I know you came to the 9 Netherbird clan with a purpose. We can discuss this matter in private. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Lei Qianzhong snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He knew that after he revealed his identity, the other party would probably cooperate with him. At this time, eldest young master also went forward to comfort them, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down. "Senior living fossil, can you fulfill my request now?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't expect Lei Qianzhong to be so noble that he dared to talk back to a living fossil. However, the living fossils and the 9 Hells race didn't seem to dare to resist. This was not good for him. He was afraid that this living fossil would go back on his word. The living fossil was also rather impatient. "Young master, follow me." The birthday banquet continued, but the 2 of them had already left and were walking towards the depths of the main hall. After entering a secret chamber in the depths of the sky, the living fossil said, "All right, what requests does young master have? Feel free to state them." Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony and said, "My request is very simple. Help me upgrade this spirit boat to the level of a sacred artifact." Sacred artifact? The Grand Elder was stunned. He glanced at the black earth and then frowned. "Do you know what level a sacred artifact is? It's not an ordinary item, it's too precious. I can promise to help you upgrade it to the level of a half-sacred artifact." "Damn, old fox!" Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He sneered. "I don't need to come to you for a half-sacred artifact. Although a sacred artifact is precious, it can't be compared to the pills I gave you." "What? You want to go back on your word?" "You only know that Lei Qianzhong came from the 2nd astral realm and didn't dare to provoke him. But do you know my identity?" "Let me tell you, I also came from the 2nd astral realm. I don't even care about Lei Qianzhong. If you want to go back on your word, you can imagine the consequences." The living fossil's expression changed. "You also came from the 2nd astral realm." He was too shocked. He had already investigated Lei Qianzhong's identity, but he didn't find out Lin Xian's identity. Now that Lin Xian said that he also came from the 2nd astral realm, he was shocked. Seeing that the other party was still doubting him, Lin Xian secretly transmitted his voice. "Hey Shan, release some of your aura." In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a token. It was a very ordinary token without any deterrence. But He Shan's great sage aura was emitted from it, making it extremely mysterious. It was as if it could crush the entire world. The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression instantly changed. This aura was too terrifying. Could it be that this person really came from the terrifying Holy City? Thinking of this, he no longer dared to act presumptuously. "Young master, please forgive me. I've already upgraded your grade." It was true that forging a sacred artifact costs a lot, but compared to 100 years of life, the great elder couldn't care less. 100 years was nothing to a young person, but to him, it was more precious than any sacred artifact. In addition, he had just obtained countless treasures, so he didn't have to worry about the lack of materials. Immediately, he used the 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold and other materials to forge the sacred artifact. Before forging, Lin Xian asked how long it would take to completely forge the sacred artifact. The living fossil told him that it would take a very long time, at least 100 years. Lin Xian couldn't wait that long, and the living fossil was obviously unwilling to spend so much time forging the sacred artifact. Therefore, he thought of another method. That was, the Great Elder would arrange all the materials and even carve all the great Taos of heaven and earth. Then it would absorb the power of heaven and earth and refine it. Although it would still take a long time to refine the sacred artifact, it would be more convenient for Lin Xian and the living fossil. That was because the living fossil didn't need to be stared at for a long time, and Lin Xian could also put it away and wait slowly. Of course, the Great Elder only dared to do this because his attainments in refining had reached the peak. Otherwise, no other refiner would be able to do it. Good. Lin Xian gladly agreed to this proposal. In the next year, the Great Elder began to modify the Black Earth. Outside, the birthday banquet had long since ended. Not only that, but there were also earth-shattering changes. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Hall, and Dragon Valley's young geniuses had been killed. Chapter 35:22. The first and third young masters felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't find the culprit, but the culprit was killed by them. Therefore, one could imagine the pressure they were facing. Even the 9 Nether tribe felt the pressure and had a headache. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong made his move. He showed his identity as the Saint King's disciple and attracted the attention of the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley. The 9 Nether tribe was also willing to compensate for the loss of the geniuses and give out a large number of weapons. This way, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Hall did not pursue the matter. Instead, they banded together and formed a new alliance with Lei Qianzhong as their leader. The reason for this alliance was simple. The Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Wind Hall came to the 9 Nether tribe to get a batch of weapons. They wanted to attack the Langistar. However, they also wanted a special saint artifact to lock onto Lin Xian's location. This way they could hunt him down. Lei Qianzhong's appearance made them ecstatic. He was a genius from the second astral realm. With his leadership, they could gather a large number of experts. This way, it would be easier to deal with the Langistar. Lei Qianzhong had his own plans. He wouldn't be used as a tool. But when he heard that there was a great emperor's inheritance on the Langistar, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He knew that the Hongwu Great Emperor's inheritance was not in Yan Nanshan's hands, but in the hands of someone else. This made him extremely jealous. He must obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance. Therefore, everyone joined forces. Deep in the hall, Lin Xian didn't know about this. He didn't know that he and the Langistar were in a huge crisis. He was ecstatic because, as time passed, the Black Tycoon had completed the initial transformation. Next, it only needed time to refine and use the Tao of heaven and earth to refine it into a saint artifact. This process took a year. All right, the basic transformation is complete. Next, you can put it away and wait patiently. Under normal circumstances, with the Tao of heaven and earth that I engraved, it can completely transform into a saint artifact in 100 years. Of course, if you can shorten the time, it's not impossible if you can find the terrifying golden fire energy of heaven and earth. Then, it will greatly shorten the time. However, this kind of golden fire power of heaven and earth was not so easy to find. The Supreme Elder said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the Black Earth became a sacred artifact. Our transaction is complete. Young Master, please leave. The Grand Elder said in a low voice. This old man also needs to go into seclusion for a while. At this point, his eyes were burning with passion. Okay. Lin Xian didn't tarry and quickly walked outside. When he came out, he frowned because he found that there were people guarding the exit. And from the looks of it, his expression was unusually cold. Lin Xian was a little more cautious. With a flash of his body, he quietly hid in the void, avoiding the guards of these people. When he arrived outside the Heavenly Palace, he discovered that the aura of planet alchemy was very unusual. He wanted to return to Fatty's original palace, but he realized that Fatty's palace was also guarded by many people, and Fatty had a gloomy look on his face. What's going on? What happened? Where's Dream? And from the looks of it, Fatty seemed to be imprisoned. Lin Xian set up a formation to cover Fatty, then sent a voice transmission. "Brother Yin, what's wrong with you? And where's Dream?" Fatty jumped in fright. He thought that he had encountered a ghost, but soon he heard a voice transmission. "Don't be agitated. Answer me with a voice transmission." Fatty sent a voice transmission saying, "Good brother, you're out. You're finally out." "That's great." Fatty was about to cry. Damn, he had been on tenterhooks for the past year. Dream was in another place, so she should be safe. As for the matter, after you and the old ancestor went in, those people from Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley came. They forced our Netherworld tribe to compensate with a large number of weapons. Then, these people actually joined forces and formed a new alliance with that Lei Qianzhong. They seemed to want to make a move against the legendary Lin Wuti and Langistar. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Make a move against him and Langistar. Damn it, those people from Vermilion Bird Palace really didn't give up. But that Lei Qianzhong was also involved. It couldn't be helped. Those people from Vermilion Bird Palace had revealed the great emperor's inheritance, forcing Lei Qianzhong to join them. They had already waited for a year. In another month or two, they would leave this place and make a move against Langistar. Because I opposed eldest brother and third brother in the past, I've been imprisoned. Your friend Fantasy has also left, but they haven't caught us yet. They don't dare to make a move because you and the old ancestor have yet to come out. But with their personalities, I'm afraid they will punish us before they leave." Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Punish them? Damn it. These people had thoroughly infuriated him. First, these people wanted to make a move against him now. Second, these people had formed an alliance for him and Langistar. They deserved to die 1,000 times over. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being merciless. Fortunately, he came out early. If he came out a month or two later, these people would have already made a move. After calming down the fatty, Lin Xian asked about Dream's general location, and then left. Sure enough, he found Dream in the mountain range. "Palace Master, you're out." Dream was overjoyed and said anxiously, "Oh no, they want to make a move against you and Langistar. I already know. I won't let them succeed. Where are they now? Bring me there." The two turned into streams of light, hiding in the void and moving forward quietly. Lin Xian and Meng Meng also changed their appearances. No one knew that he was Lin Xian, and no one knew that he was the former young Master Xian. When they arrived at their destination, Lin Xian was stunned. These people weren't too far away from the Heavenly Palace. Instead, they had set up camp tens of thousands of miles away. This was also a place with abundant spiritual qi. At this moment, the alliance was quite spectacular. Not only were there Vermilion Bird Palace, but the original major forces were also there. Many experts and clans from all over the universe who had come to offer their blessings had also joined in. Firstly, the great emperor's inheritance was too tempting. Secondly, Lei Qianzhong had also sent a message. That was his purpose for coming here. The Sky Thunder City in the second astral realm was recruiting a new batch of genius disciples. Therefore, the other party's purpose in coming to the first astral realm was to recruit people. They wanted to recruit geniuses from the ancient road of the stars to go to the second astral realm. The news caused the geniuses to be extremely excited. The great emperor's inheritance was too elusive. If they could go to the second astral realm, join the legendary sacred city, and become the disciple of the Sage King. Chapter 35:23. A bunch of idiots. You're being used as cannon fodder, yet you're still feeling smug. You're courting death. Just as those people were getting excited, a cold voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble here? The surrounding people turned their heads. Among them, those from Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley roared madly. Their terrifying roars shook the 9 heavens. What? Did I say something wrong? Or are you feeling guilty and don't want others to know the truth? The voice in the sky floated out again. Who told you that the great emperor's inheritance is in Lin Wuti's hands? It's obviously in Yan Nanshan's hands. This is all part of Vermilion Bird Palace's scheme. They want you to kill each other. Once your strength is greatly damaged, he and Yan Nantian will attack and kill all of you. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. What? Is this true? It's possible. Yan Nantian can't be dead. How can the great emperor's inheritance be leaked? Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Vermilion Bird Palaces. People roared madly. Lei Qianzhong also walked over from afar. His expression darkened as terrifying lightning surged from his body and spewed out in all directions. He was now the leader of the new alliance. Was someone provoking him by behaving atrociously in front of him? Buzz! He formed a hand seal. Above his head, countless bolts of lightning formed the eye of the thunder god, looking down. It completely enveloped the entire space. I want to see who dares to play tricks in front of me. Playing tricks? You're the one who's guilty, aren't you? You want to kill all the prodigies in the universe. Then let Vermilion Bird Palace's people enter the second astral realm. It was really a good plan. Damn it, this can't be real, right? Is this really an alliance between Vermilion Bird Palace and Lei Qianzhong? Are we really going to become cannon fodder? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Lei Qianzhong shouted coldly, "Get out here!" The Eye of Thunder emitted a terrifying light that pierced through the void. However, there was nothing there. There was only a pitch-black hole that was rapidly shattering. No one. How is this possible? Lei Qianzhong's pupils shrank. His Eye of the Thunder God was an extremely powerful soul detection ability that could easily lock onto a saint. But now he couldn't find out where that person was. Who was it? The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolation Hall all searched for that person. But it was as if that person had never appeared. This scene left them dumbfounded. Could it be that they were hallucinating? In the air, Meng Meng and Lin Xian were constantly dodging. Hallmaster, what should we do next? Words alone probably wouldn't be able to disturb them. It seemed that he had no choice but to act. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. At this point, he had no choice but to act. However, at this moment, Black Mountain said, "Kid, don't panic. This place doesn't seem normal." Not searching. What did that mean? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain carefully sensed the surroundings and realized that the golden fire plane wasn't as simple as it seemed. I didn't notice it before, but this time I discovered that there seems to be another world beneath the golden fire plane. There was another world. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Black Mountain sensed carefully. That's right, I felt an extremely unusual aura beneath my feet. It's just that I haven't found the exact location yet. Why don't I go out to investigate while you intercept them and delay them for a while? All right. Lin Xian nodded and secretly let Black Mountain out. Then he had Meng Meng continue to hide in the air, ready to provide support at any time. Meanwhile, he stealthily revealed himself and blended into the crowd. The people in the crowd were paranoid. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "Is this true or not? You have to give us an explanation." This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all, so his voice was immediately heard by those from Vermilion Bird Palace. Lei Qianzhong also abruptly turned his head and stared in their direction. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the area began to shatter. The surrounding people all paled and retreated. What a terrifying gaze. "Kid, were you the one who provoked us just now?" Many people stared at Lin Xian, as if wanting to tear him apart. They didn't recognize Lin Xian now, because Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura. What happened before? I don't know. I only know that you have to give us an explanation. Are you really treating us as cannon fodder? Is Vermilion Bird Palace really in cahoots with the second astral realm? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. He looked at the surrounding people. Do you really want to be cannon fodder and be used as a tool by others? The surrounding people also had ugly expressions. Indeed, there were people who said, "We don't want to be cannon fodder. Give us an explanation." More and more voices rang out. Those from Vermilion Bird Palace had ugly expressions. Damn it, they're rebelling. You want to die. An expert from Vermilion Bird Palace roared. Terrifying flames surged from his body and swept across the 9 heavens. No one dared to make a sound under the pressure. Lin Xian sneered. You want to suppress us now that your scheme has been seen through? Are you really that daring to make an enemy out of our families and sects? Although we're not as good as Vermilion Bird Palace, we're not afraid of you. Yes, that's right. Let's join forces too. We definitely can't be their cannon fodder. Kid, you're courting death. That sage stared at Lin Xian. Although these people were doubtful before, no one dared to refute them. Now that there was a leader, the surrounding martial artists seemed to have a leader and dared to resist. Therefore, they felt that they had to get rid of this person first. The others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Go to hell. An expert from Vermilion Bird Palace attacked. The flames on his body formed a vermilion bird divine blade. The blade slashed down. Run. The martial artists in that area fled frantically. Lin Xian didn't run. Humph, you want to silence me? Flames also surged from his body, forming a large palm and slapping forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert was forced back. Lin Xian laughed loudly. You want to lead us like this? We're not convinced. If you want us to attack, let us lead you in battle. We won't be controlled by others. Lin Xian didn't stop talking. He was trying to intensify the conflict. As expected, other than Vermilion Bird Palace and the other large sects, the others were all furious. They let out a tsunami of voices. They increasingly felt that this was a trap. Oh no, there's something wrong with this kid. Hurry up and kill him. The experts from Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Hall roared crazily. The sage, who was forced back, roared at the sky. His eyes instantly turned red, and monstrous killing intent swept out. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palm, forming an immortal phoenix that charged over with boundless flames. It directly sent that sage flying. He had changed his appearance and didn't look like a young man. Therefore, he didn't hold back. He forced the sage back. Chapter 35:24. I'm just a wandering cultivator. I only came here because I admire seeing your living fossil. Now, it seems that you can't even defeat me. What right does Vermilion Bird Palace have to lead us? Why don't you let me lead you instead? Lin Xian's voice rang out clearly. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Let the second heaven sage attack him. Boom! The second heaven sage of 8 Wind Palace attacked, but he was pushed back again after a few moves. He's too strong. Could it be that even a second heaven sage can't suppress him? The crowd was in an uproar. They now felt that 8 Wind Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace were nothing special. Any wandering cultivator could defeat them. Were they really going to be led by such a person? They were unwilling to accept it. Lin Xian laughed. 8 Wind Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace? If they can't do it, then what about Lei Qianzhong? Why don't we teach you a lesson? If you lose to me, then you'll have to admit that I'm your boss. You're courting death. Countless people roared. Lei Qianzhong's face turned cold. But he didn't attack because someone else had already attacked. This time, it was an elder of Dragon Valley who stepped forward. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? You're courting death. His aura was incomparably strong. A late third heaven sage. Not only that, but he also held a sacred weapon in his hand. It wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat a fourth heaven sage. As expected, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all laughed coldly. Let's see how he's going to die. Not good. Dreamy's expression changed. This battle strength was too strong. She was worried that Lin Xian would be injured. Before she could make a move, another voice came from the crowd. A dignified third firmament sage elder wielding a sage artifact to bully an ordinary rogue cultivator was truly shameless. Why don't I fight you? Another figure walked out. This figure had a terrifying aura. The Tao of heaven and earth rumbled around him. Who is this person? The crowd was in an uproar. Even Lin Xian was shocked. However, at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Oh, Master Lin, it's me, Mubai. Elder Mubai." Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Elder Mubai was actually here. But thinking about it, even the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley's experts were here. It was normal for the Wolf Fong Star to send 1 or 2 people to investigate. With Elder Mubai's help, Lin Xian was relieved. He retreated slightly. Elder Mubai started fighting with the other party, and a huge battle broke out. At first, everyone was disdainful. A level 3 sage with a sacred artifact could definitely destroy everything. However, they quickly discovered that the situation was not like that, because the 2 sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor. How could this be? The people of the Dragon Valley were going crazy. How could a 3rd heaven saint with a holy weapon not be able to defeat him? Who was this person? Lin Xian laughed heartily at the side. "So this is your elder? Your strength is really nothing much. People like you want to lead us? What a joke." The surrounding people were getting more and more shaken, and they also wanted to resist. "Kill him." The experts of the 8 Desolate Hall also rushed over. Fantasy also came out and clashed with the experts of the 8 Emperors' Palace. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, soaring into the sky. Another person tried to attack Lin Xian, but he was sent flying by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed towards Lei Qianzhong. "Let me see how you lead these heroes." As he spoke, he grabbed at Lei Qianzhong with his huge hand covered in flames. "You're courting death." Lei Qianzhong's companions roared. The 2 of them attacked, and a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth swept towards Lin Xian. Pung pung! The terrifying power of the flaming palm shattered the 2 Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 who attacked also had their palms smashed and were sent flying. The people at the side felt their hair stand on end. Isn't this person too strong? Injuring them with just a wave of his hand. Who is this person? Who are you? Lei Qianzhong's eyes emitted a cold light, as if he wanted to pierce through the other party. "The person who will kill you." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The flames on his body turned into a fire qilin and roared as it charged forward. "Get lost!" Lei Qianzhong roared crazily. Lightning surged from his body, turning into thousands of thunderbolts that attacked. Boom! 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 The power of thunder and fire collided. The 2 Tao of heaven and earth clashed. Wang! Lin Xian's palm turned into 100,000 feet tall mountain and slammed onto Lei Qianzhong's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Lei Qianzhong continued to roll on the ground. His body was charred black, and the people around him went crazy. Lei Qianzhong was forced to retreat. This was too unbelievable. "Damned brat, go to hell!" Lei Qianzhong roared. Countless lightning runes appeared on his body, especially on his forehead, where a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth appeared. That was a seal. At this moment, the seal was quickly dissolved. His aura also erupted like 100,000 thunderbolts, causing the void to explode. Countless people were sent flying. In the next moment, a figure could be seen floating in the sea of lightning. It was Lei Qianzhong. Although his appearance didn't change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong was like a thunder god, roaring towards the sky. 3rd heavenly layer venerable. Many people felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with fear. They had heard that Lei Qianzhong had sealed his cultivation. They thought it was just a legend, but now it seemed that it was true. Now that Lei Qianzhong had broken the seal, his cultivation had reached the 3rd heavenly layer. There was definitely an earth-shattering change compared to before. "Die for me!" A fist of thunder carrying boundless law of thunder blasted over. Everything in its path collapsed. Nothing could withstand the violent power. Wang! Many people were affected, and their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Lin Xian used the Kuan Pong movement technique to dodge. He was also surprised when he was hit by the energy shockwave on his back. Such a violent aura, as expected of the Saint King's disciple. His strength was truly terrifying. All right, I'll play with him. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light, and the sword intent in his body also spread out. A terrifying aura was about to erupt. However, at this moment, Heishan transmitted a message to him. Kid, don't attack. I found them. You go first and lead them to a place. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart shook. He withdrew the violent sword intent and turned to leave. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Mu Bai and Meng Meng, telling them to quickly retreat as well. Although Mu Bai and Meng Meng didn't understand what was going on, they immediately retreated after receiving the message. Where do you think you're going? Lei Qianzhong roared. Now that he had broken the seal, how could he allow them to escape? Endless lightning formed, and 8 lightning dragons crawled under his feet, carrying him as he flew. On the other side, the 8 Wind Palace's experts also roared and charged over. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders roared, "Stop them! Don't let them escape!"